Good evening, everyone. I would like to call this meeting of the Sterling Heights City Council to order. Please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for the invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear God, please bless our elected officials, grant them courage and wisdom to do what is right for all citizens. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Ms. Barrett. Can we please have the roll call?
Mayor Taylor.
Here.
Mrs. Sarowski.
Here.
Mrs. Koski.
Present.
Mr. Radke.
Present.
Mrs. Schmidt.
Present.
Mr. Yanes.
Here.
Mrs. Zayarko.
Present.
Thank you, Council. We need approval of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Mrs. Koski.
move to approve the agenda.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. First item on our agenda tonight is a report from our city manager, Mark Vanderpool. Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a number of items, including a few presentations on my report this evening. I think the audience members especially will find them interesting. But let me start with reminding everyone that we now have Summer Thursdays back in play. Many of you attended, but if you don't, please be sure to check out Thursdays in Dodge Park, including the city campus. We have the Farmers Market that runs now June through September, and that's from 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. every Thursday. Then in addition, we have the ever-popular Patio and Pints. That runs through September, and that starts at 5 p.m. Just behind us at the Upton House. And then, of course, music in the park, and you're probably all familiar with it. We have a great series every year. In fact, this Thursday it will be Atomic Radio, which is a dance rock band, so it'll be a lot of fun. The weather's going to be perfect, and the music starts at 7 p.m., and that runs June through August. So look forward to another really exciting Thursday summer park series. And also, I wanted to remind everyone, especially with the extreme drought that we're experiencing now. It's been a couple of weeks since we've had rain. The soonest looks like it's going to be Saturday night into Sunday, but even then, next week looks pretty dry. We always encourage individuals in the summertime to honor the voluntary odd-even watering policy throughout the city. So in an effort to reduce instances of low water pressure and help control future water rate increases from the Great Lakes Water Authority, the entity in which we buy our water from, Sterling Heights is continuing this voluntary outdoor watering restriction through Labor Day, which would be September 2nd this year. So residents are reminded to voluntarily limit their outdoor water usage on odd-even days based on the last number of your address. So if your address ends in an even number, we ask that you water, irrigate, use outdoor water on even numbered days, and the reverse for odd addresses. So please be mindful of that. It really does help throughout the city. And we also would like to remind everyone that you should water between 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. if possible, if you have automated sprinkler systems and you can set it to that time. That's when our pressure is the highest and has the least impact in the city. So please take note of that. There's more information on our website. Also, I'd like to draw attention to the screen. Every year I have the pleasure of reporting on this, and this is a ranking of the city's very strong property values compared to the top 5 communities in property valuation throughout the state of Michigan. And I like to report on this every year because those of you who own property in the city, whether it's a business or a home, you always want to see your property appreciating. You never want to see depreciation with property. And we're very lucky in Sterling Heights, thanks to the hard work of everyone, residents taking a good effort to maintain their property. The city's really strong economic development program, encouraging businesses to expand and locate here. It's a very vibrant community, and the end result typically is very strong property value. So here's how we rank statewide. So you'll see the the 5 top communities in terms of property valuation throughout the state of Michigan is certainly Detroit is number 1 because of their vast size alone at 140 square miles. You know, it's one of the largest cities geographically speaking in the country. So naturally, they're going to have very high property values. But some of the other communities that obviously are much smaller than Detroit, Ann Arbor, not surprising, is in the top 5. Grand Rapids, not surprising, in the top 5. The city of Troy, not surprising. And also, not surprising, the city of Sterling Heights is in the top 5 statewide in overall property valuation. Now, when we drill down a little further, when you look at this list among the top 5, we are number 2 in industrial property valuation. Again, it's a reflective of the very strong, robust commercial, manufacturing, industrial property base in our city. And that's really important to everyone who's homeowners because that very strong property value base helps keep residential property taxes low. We are in the bottom half of property taxes statewide, and it's because of this in part. So you can see we rank very favorably statewide. I think we can all take some pride in this. It's always good to be in this class of ranking. And now if I can shift gears and show the ranking in Macomb County, looking at this slide, if it can come back up. So this is in Macomb County. This is a community property valuation throughout the county, and Sterling Heights ranks number 1 in Macomb County. And so with residential property, we have the highest property valuation, commercial number 1, industrial number 2 in this case, in large part because of the Warren, the GM Tech Center being down in Warren, and so they certainly have a high industrial property valuation there. But again, in total property valuation, number 1 in Macomb County in the top 5 statewide. So I'm always pleased to report on this every year. And we'll keep doing our part, whatever we can do from the city vantage point to make sure values stay strong. Some of the programs that help in this respect is our SHINE program, the Sterling Heights Initiative for Neighborhood Excellence. That's where we go into the community and help individuals who aren't able to maintain their properties on their own due to mobility limitations, financial hardships. Our volunteer corps goes out in the community and cleans up over the years hundreds of homes, and that too helps to keep property values very strong. And at this point, Mayor, I have a couple of introductions to make for some special presentations this evening. Some of you may remember that at our strategic planning session last year, we spent a lot of time talking about property, home affordability in Sterling Heights, which is becoming more and more of a challenge for all communities in major metropolitan areas, and it's certainly a problem for Sterling Heights. And so what we want to do is spend a little bit of time this evening talking about this in a little more detail and some of the plans that you'll see coming forward throughout our master planning process over the next year to address affordability. So at this point, we have 2 presenters. One will be Dr. Jake Parcell, our Assistant City Planner and City Development Manager, but we're going to begin with Andy Amat from Giffords Webster, who's our planning consultant, and he's going to kick off this presentation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Vanderpool. Good evening, City Council, Mayor Taylor, Mr. Kashubski. I'm happy to present about some potential housing options for the city to consider. So first of all, why is this being considered? So first and foremost, the state of Michigan, through their statewide housing plan, the Michigan Association of Planning through their zoning reform toolkit, the Michigan Municipal League through their pattern book homes for the 21st century Michigan, as well as SEMCOG, are all stressing the need to plan for housing and for communities to find ways to encourage the addition of housing units by new construction or rehabilitation, and also providing different housing choices for housing type and housing price points. Specifically, the statewide housing plan sets a target goal for the construction or rehab of at least 75,000 housing units in the state throughout the next 5 years. That means Sterling Heights would look at contributing about 991 or so new housing units to meet their own proportional need towards that statewide goal. This graphic here shows new residential permits in the past year. As you can see, Sterling Heights has added a number of red dots which symbolize multifamily housing. So Sterling Heights is moving towards providing this housing type on a greater scale. You can see that a hotspot for smaller footprint single-family homes is around the Woodward corridor, and the rest of this presentation will be focused on how the city might consider some of these housing action items, especially in light of the city's upcoming master plan update. So looking at some key statistics for population and households here. Michigan's average household size has shrunk substantially in the last 50 or so years. And this decrease is starting to kind of plateau out, but that being said, while a lot of the units were built in the 70s, this shrinkage in household size is even more substantial. Sterling Heights has also witnessed a decrease too, albeit it not being as dramatic. A key statistic, though, here is pointing out a key trend in the dynamic of household units. Since 2000, households have grown at a faster rate at 11% than population rate, which is at about 8%. A similar pace is expected to continue through 2050 as predicted by SEMCOG. This is a very important statistic in portraying the need for housing because it means more households need housing units to live in than previously. Looking at some of the more physical dynamics of households, so household characteristics and housing types. Only 3.8% of all housing units in the city are duplexes, triplexes, or fourplexes as defined by the U.S. Census Bureau. 76% of all housing units in the city are single-family detached and attached homes. 52% of all housing units were built within a 20-year period from 1960 to 1979. Thus, right around a 50-year birthday, and thus probably needing some very critical repairs. Also, about the same percent of all households are made up of a person living alone, as are households with kids under 18 years of age. Some more economic characteristics here. 30% of all households in the city fit the definition of cost burdened, meaning that they spend greater than 30% of all their income on housing. Here you can see that the median housing value and median sales prices are also growing at a steady pace. The Center for Neighborhood Technology, which is a data lab and research center, has kind of created their own index, which recommends that no households spend more than 45% of their household income on both housing and transportation combined. This index has identified Sterling Heights as spending about 49% of their housing and transportation, or 49% of their income on housing and transportation, thus potentially posing a burden on the city's middle or lower income residents. And then, as a regional perspective, Sterling Heights is located rather centrally in this region, so there should continue to be an advantage in providing housing diversity, prices, and transportation options for its residents because of this regional centrality. So now considering some strategies on how the city can provide more housing options for its residents. A lot of these are zoning strategies, and one of the kind of main, easier tweaks to a zoning ordinance can be increasing flexibility for uses in zoning districts. It can be regulating missing middle housing and or accessory dwelling units where sensible. It can also mean relaxing minimum dimensional requirements such as reducing minimum lot size such as area and width, and reducing minimum dwelling size requirements. These standards are often some of the biggest barriers to simple, modest-sized housing in a city. Parking reductions and density bonuses near, as an incentive for units in certain areas, such as areas near bus stops, employment centers, institutions, and commercial districts, can also be an idea to spur high-quality residential developments and also spur a critical mass of residents to serve local businesses and to provide for employment for large employment centers. Also planning for moderate to high-density housing in office districts to enable retrofitting of office buildings that might be full or partially vacant can also be an idea that the city may consider. Planning for a variety of housing types and considering pattern book homes in determining any updates to the master plan and zoning ordinance may also be as a valuable consideration in the master plan update. Also considering accessibility and visitability, that is making sure homes can be visitable by elderly residents and disabled visitors as well, is important as the city ages. So here we look at some examples of pattern book homes in the Michigan Municipal League's document. There's a lot of value in this document. The homes visualize a housing type, potentially 2 to 4 unit housing structures that fit in many existing sizes, shapes, and scales of existing neighborhoods. So these housing types may include duplexes to fourplex models. And in this document, they portray them on 40-foot by 100-foot lots, meaning conceivably they could fit in Sterling Heights' standard 60 by 120 lot. The other key benefit of incorporating pattern book homes strategies may be that smaller scale developers can look at these designs already drawn in concept and have their design professional for building permits quickly replicate these designs when submitting for permits. This can save a smaller scale developer a lot of money while at the same time providing a very high quality housing type that the city may desire. Moving on to a few more visuals here. So the first visual is ADU visual by AARP, showing that ADUs can come in a variety of numbers and shapes. Some of these communities might include all of these potential designs if they want to be flexible in their ADU ordinances. However, some communities have opted to just specify detached ADUs, for example, or a garage conversion ADU, for example. In the next picture to the right, you'll see an example of an ADU. These are proliferating pretty commonly in Ann Arbor, and as you can tell, they can just be a second story of a detached garage, meaning it can be an easy retrofit. And then also on this slide is the classic example of missing middle housing from Opticos Design. They're a organization kind of at the forefront of communicating missing middle design. So the term missing middle can include a variety of housing types. Specifically, it can include duplexes, cottage court single-family homes, cottage court tiny homes, fourplexes, eightplexes, townhouses, but it can also include some smaller scale multifamily buildings that have emphasis on courtyards, gardens, and intentional outdoor recreational or relaxation space. So at this point in the presentation, I'd like to pass it over to Dr. Parcell. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Amott. So as Mr. Vanderpool discussed, a lot of these touch points that you'll be seeing probably over the next few months were discussed at strategic planning. A lot of them relate to what we're doing in the Office of Planning here in the city of Sterling Heights, particularly with Visioning 2040 on the horizon and the Master Land Use Plan rewrite on the horizon as well. It's very valuable to have these presentations for informational purposes, as Mr. Amott gave us, to show what we're seeing in our community and statewide in terms of best practices and data. But as always, I like to kind of showcase what staff has been working on and what we've been implementing in the community to help provide adequate housing stock for residents who live here already or desire to move to the community. So in terms of working with developers, we've started rethinking single-family housing. Here you see a development recently approved by council, Stonehill on 17 Mile Road. Here utilized our special development process of a planned unit development to bring in one extra housing lot here for a slightly more dense, but still very walkable and full of green space, single-family housing development with adequate lot sizes and two-story homes. This is an example of providing new types of flexibility for single-family homes in the city when we have so many neighborhoods that are already built out. Additionally, we have been exploring incentives for development and creative ways to create housing units on abnormal lots. You see here an example of a lot that is relatively long, narrow, and difficult to develop, but being brought in with a variety of housing types and unit sizes in one development to bring in a variety of tenants who wish to move to the area. Additionally, in terms of financing, payment in lieu of tax housing developments is something that has been approved in the city previously, and something that we like to work with developers in case there's an appetite for such moving forward. And as I already touched on, utilizing our planned unit development or special development options for developing sites that are unique in terms of setback size and for density that is, desirable at a market rate for single family or multifamily homes. And then finally, as I ramp up in density in my presentation, a thoughtful focus on multifamily. You see here on the left a unique site with 2 entrances from Mound and 14 that utilize the PUD process to provide ample amenities on site, different types and sizes of units, including several micro units for a workforce housing, all the way to the ones on the right, beginning in the North Van Dyke area or northern tier of the city next to Lakeside, which have more market rate housing that is intended to be affordable for people making entry into the community, but utilizing sites that are underutilized as a vacant lot in the top parcel or a parking lot in the bottom parcel to ensure that the land use is being used efficiently. While we are working on that with our developers, moving forward, we have some potential action steps we'd just like to highlight that you can be anticipating seeing in the next few months. First, working thanks to the Planning Commission and City Council, approving the Office of Planning to begin the process of updating the Master Land Use Plan. The data and best practices Mr. Amott discussed will be reflected in this moving forward and based on our community discussions, providing recommendations on how to move forward with housing in the city. Additionally, staff constantly is searching for simple tweaks in the zoning ordinance to provide development options that are easier for developers to work with. Most of these you see as modifications already in planned unit developments that are relatively commonplace. And we want to make sure that, the zoning code is permissible for things that we're striking from, the modification process here already, such as RV parking. And then finally, identifying areas where new housing developments can be located by right and working with developers to streamline the development process in the city. So moving forward, we hope to have a few more fun discussions like this with you related to strategic planning and related to what we're working on moving forward. And we thank you for your time.
And Mayor, as Dr. Purcell said, we're going to be hearing more about this throughout the entire master plan, but we want to give the community some snippets on some of these major initiatives that we'll be tackling in the master plan over the next year. And the next presentation and the last presentation on my report this evening is super exciting. As the mayor and council knows, we've been hard at work developing our strategic plan to address the very rapidly growing electric vehicle market, not only in Michigan, across the country, and right here in Sterling Heights. So as a community, we have to be well prepared for this wave of electrical vehicle rollout over the next 10 years. And it's growing exponentially every year. So we've completed a master plan, which will help us guide build out of the infrastructure, and you're going to hear more about that. And we're also very excited to announce a really significant public-private partnership tonight that is going to allow us to actually install charging stations throughout the city by year end. So at this point, I'd like to introduce our planner, Alexis Richards, who's going to lead us through this discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderpool, Council, Mayor Taylor, Mr. Kaszubski, thank you for having me. So as you stated, we're going to be discussing the Sterling Heights EV Charging Master Plan, as well as announcing our exciting public-private partnership. However, I'm going to start with some background of how we got to this point. So we received grant funding from SEMCOG for the Planning Assistance Program for Transportation Equity and Sustainable Infrastructure. Leveraging the SEMCOG grant, the city contributed funds for a total of $35,000 to create the EV plan that we're going to be discussing tonight. This came about due in part to the Sustainability Commission and residents expressing interest in the need for the city to address EVs. The plan itself, the Sterling Heights Electric Vehicle Master Plan, which was written by Wade Trim, provides a snapshot of where the city is in regards to EV readiness and provides recommendations to better prepare us for an electrified future. However, before we dive into what is contained in the plan, I thought it'd be helpful to provide a little bit of background or overview of EVs. I'm not going to go into all of these key acronyms, but I will highlight 3 of them. So EVs are all electric vehicles. These are powered by 1 or more electric motors. They receive electricity by plugging into the grid. They consume no petroleum-based products, and they produce no tailpipe emissions. They are also called battery electric vehicles. An EVSE, which is the electric vehicle supply equipment. These deliver the electric energy from the electricity source to the PEV's batteries. It also communicates with the PEV to ensure that there's a safe electrical flow, and these are commonly known as charging station. And then the last one that I'm going to highlight is ICE, so these are internal combustion engines. These generate mechanical power by burning liquid fuel, and this is the dominant source for vehicles today. However, that is changing. And then PEVs, as I stated, are plug-in electric vehicles, and these derive all or part of their power from electricity from the grid. These include EVs and PHEVs. So an overview and benefits of electrified mobility. So some benefits of EVs include air quality and noise pollution reduction. So as we know, traditional ICE vehicles produce both tailpipe emissions, air emissions, and noise emissions. From an environmental standpoint, EVs do not produce tailpipe emissions, so then they are not contributing to greenhouse gas emissions. From an economic standpoint, EVs, especially in a city like Sterling Heights that does not have a large quantity of EV chargers right now, they can prove to be a destination. So if you include them outside of your business, it may draw folks in that are looking to charge. Also, from an employment standpoint, business owners that provide EVs outside of their business may be able to attract employees that they may not have otherwise been able to. Looking at how EVs work, so all electric vehicles have an electric motor instead of a traditional combustion engine. These vehicles use a large traction battery pack to power the electric motor, and they must be plugged into a wall outlet or charging equipment, which I stated before is also called electric vehicle supply equipment. And because it runs on electricity, the vehicle emits no exhaust from a tailpipe and does not contain the typical fuel components such as a fuel pump, fuel line, or fuel tank. Here we have a graph that compares the life cycle greenhouse gas emissions of a mid-size battery electric vehicle as well as an ICE vehicle. So the 2 bars on the left-hand side illustrate a EV, and then the bar on the far right is a ICE-powered vehicle. As you can see, the total life cycle greenhouse gas emissions of EVs are about 25% or about half of those of an ICE vehicle. So that's even for accounting for the manufacturing of the batteries as well as the minerals that go into making batteries for EVs. And the 2 graphs on the left-hand side are demonstrating a low emissions case when mining for minerals for batteries, and then the second one provides a little bit more intensive. So even accounting for that, though, EVs in their total life cycle produce less emissions than ICE vehicles do. Now looking at charging station types, there are generally 3 charging station types. We have level 1. These are the least intensive. These are a 120 volt outlet. You can plug them in your garage. You do not need any special equipment. Most, if not all, EVs come with a charging cord that can be plugged right into the wall. These are, like I said, are typically at homes. 1 hour charge equals about a 5-mile range, and they cost between $200 and $500. Level 2, these are also being found more frequently in homes as well, but these are found at work, transit parking, and long-term parking. An hour of charge gets you about 30 miles range, and they cost between $400 and $6,500. And then we have our direct current fast charging, or DCFC. These are found at like large entertainment and leisure venues, and 1 hour of charge gets you between 150 and 210 miles of range, and these cost between $10,000 and $40,000. Looking at Sterling Heights charging landscape as of now, so there are a minimum of 5 5 publicly accessible charging stations in Sterling Heights, including one located over at our community center. Looking at a review of our existing policies. So our zoning ordinance currently does not address EV infrastructure, whether it be requiring new developments to be EV ready or addressing public charging infrastructure. From an educational outreach component, so we have an opportunity to educate property owners and developers on the benefits of installing infrastructure during construction. And this is something that the city has been doing through our general development meetings or through the special development options such as like PUD. When we meet with developers, we are encouraging them to install the infrastructure so that they can be able to provide those amenities to their residents. City power or city provided public charging stations. So we, as I stated, we currently do provide a charger at the community center, which is free. As a part of this master planning process, for long-term scalability, the city should consider charging a fee potentially to cover maintenance for the charger. And then the Sterling Heights Sustainability Plan. So this calls for the city to allocate more time and resources to EV infrastructure and recommends transitioning the city fleet to EVs. And the Advancing 2030 chapter within the Sustainability Plan outlines specific goals and actions to help us achieve those goals. As a part of the master plan, Wade Trim did some public engagement and conducted a survey. And I pulled out 2 data points here. One showing that 52% of participants indicated that they currently own or are thinking of owning an EV, and of those, of the respondents, 87% indicated that if they owned an EV, they would primarily charge at home. So these 2 data points, amongst the other data that we are able to gather throughout the survey process, can help influence our policy decisions moving forward. So moving into some of the recommendations that came out of the master plan from an electrification policy, the city should consider adopting policies designed to promote renewable energy and generation and on-site storage at city properties, prepare for conversion of our fleet to EVs, develop construction standards and specifications to ensure all city capital projects are EV ready, and then further, the city should encourage the Federal Highway Administration to include M59 and M53 as EV corridors to open us up for federal funding. From an ordinance and zoning perspective, as I stated previously, our current zoning ordinance does not address EV charging, and so we should consider amending it to allow for EV charging by right in commercial and parking zones, as well as special approval land use in all other zones. Looking at land use, EV charging stations in the public right-of-way, while this may not seem super relevant to the city as it stands right now, moving forward with the redevelopment of our mixed-use nodes as well as Lakeside and our North Van Dyke area district, the city should consider amending our ordinance to allow EV charging stations in the right-of-way, subject to administrative review and approval, of course. Continuing on with some recommendations for EV parking and design, we should consider amending the zoning ordinance to define and classify the 3 types of EV parking spaces. The first one is EV charging station capable, and this is when you install the electrical panel capacity with a dedicated cable/raceway that is capped for future EV spaces, but you don't actually have any of the charging equipment. Then we have EV ready, which is when you have the electrical panel capacity installed with a dedicated branch circuit, including the conductors and a cable raceway that is terminated in an approved method for future EV spaces. And then we have EV installed, which has all of the infrastructure I mentioned, but then it also has the EV charging station that is capable to charge the car. And then from a public education standpoint, to help facilitate the conversion to a cleaner community fleet, the city should host a webpage or dashboard to share information about EV charging infrastructure, including equipment, locations, standards, renewable energy storage and generation, third-party charging providers, and then residential charging installation requirements and permitting needs. And this is something that we could house under our Think Sterling Green platform. Here are some funding resources. I won't go into the nitty-gritty of these, but this is an example of some of the information that we could include in our dashboard for residents. Some next steps, continued multi-department collaboration, identifying strategic areas within the city for public charging infrastructure, public-private partnership to provide chargers, and I'll touch on those 2 points on my next slide. Increase education efforts, and then incorporate the EV master plan within the new master plan and update the zoning ordinance accordingly. So very exciting to bring forward today the public-private partnership we will be participating in. So this is the General Motors Dealer Community Charging Program. The program is aimed to nearly double the number of level 2 charging stations in the U.S. and Canada. Flow, which is a charging station provider, has been selected to supply the EV chargers for the program. And then Charge EV/State Electric Company has been selected as the turnkey solutions provider for the installation of the EV chargers for the program throughout the Michigan and the Great Lakes region. So we have identified 10 municipally owned locations throughout the city for public chargers. Each charger has 2 ports on it, and we've identified a total of 17 chargers, so this equates to 34 ports, so 34 cars that are able to be charged at one time. We have identified City Hall, the Community Center, Dodge Park, the Senior Center, Shaner Towers, Baumgartner Park, Nelson Park, Delia Park, and DPW. And I should mention, this is all at no cost to the city, which is really exciting. And with that, I'm going to thank you, and I'm going to welcome Greg Sirkonovich from State Electric, who will be able to provide a little bit of background on the program and answer any questions you all have.
Hello, everyone. How are you guys doing tonight? So I already had the pleasure of meeting, obviously, Alexis, who was nice enough to introduce me and not totally butcher my last name. So that was nice, and as well as Councilman Yanez, who let me into the building earlier. So, I'm from State Electric. We're a family-owned company out of Holly, Michigan. And over the last couple of years, we've been implementing a lot of these electric vehicle chargers, whether it be through residential installations, which we do all across the state of Michigan. We're doing about 20 to 30 of them a week right now. So that's exciting, but also through commercial installations as well, whether it's OEM dealerships and also this dealer community charging program, which is very exciting for a lot of cities and municipalities throughout the state we've been working with. So we're excited to bring this to your guys' attention and see if you guys have any questions about it.
So Mayor, just in conclusion, we'll be bringing forth the required leases for City Council's consideration on these charging stations, and the plan is to have them all installed by year end. The benefit of this program, even though it's just a start, there'll be eventually hundreds, if not thousands, of charging stations throughout the city. But this is a unique partnership that allows us to get these charging stations installed quickly throughout the city. So you're going to be hearing much more about the agreements that'll be coming forward to you for your consideration in July. And again, we hope to have the program fully installed by the end of the year. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Vanderpool. Council, any questions while he is here? Mrs. Sarowski.
Mayor Taylor, thank you so much. So, Greg, my biggest concern with all of the electrification that we're going to start doing, and I know it's inevitable, and I'm excited. I'm certainly old enough to remember the Native American canoeing through the rivers, crying because we've completely trashed the waterways. And so I'm looking forward to being able to have a...
You're old enough to remember that?
Oh, heavens, yes, honey. I'm older than dirt. Okay. Yeah.
I must not be old enough.
You are not old enough. You are definitely not old enough, but I certainly am. So, yes. So with that, and I'd love to have that played again, because I think we need that commercial back. It's probably not politically correct any longer. But anyway, my question is, and I'm very concerned about this because I have children that live out in California, and they have a lot of blackouts because they're already, they can't, their grid cannot support the use of air conditioners enough, and they're already starting with the electric cars. What are you hearing from Consumers Power, DTE, as far as getting our grid up and being able to handle this electrification that we're already starting to use?
Yeah, so not even aside from consumers and DTE, we've been in discussions with other utility providers in different states, Wisconsin, up in the UP and stuff, about what they need to expect for the grid going forward, and we've been able to thankfully give our input on that. So I know for a fact DT and Consumer, some of the bigger electric utility providers in the surrounding states, that they know this is coming, and they're definitely building out the grid in preparation for it. And much of the charging that happens in residential applications usually happens at night, so that doesn't affect the grid, just like Councilman Vanderpool was mentioning with your sprinkler system. It's much like that if you think about it in the same way as your water pressure. Is that a lot of the charging is happening at night in residential applications. There's almost no effect on the grid. So they're just building out the rest of the grid in anticipation for some of this public charging and stuff. So
Okay.
they're definitely have that on under their radar, and they're working on it.
Okay, appreciate that, thank
Yeah,
you.
no
And that's all I have for you, Greg. So Dr. Parcells, I did want to mention, and this is just something I want to make sure that we are using this with part of our sustainability, that please remember that these vehicles are a lot heavier. These battery-operated vehicles, or battery, not operated, but, well, they are operated. So a small gas-powered vehicle weighs about 2,500 pounds. A small Tesla, which is the most commonly known battery-operated vehicle, is 4,400 pounds. So this is going to put a lot of stress on our roads and our infrastructure. So there is still cost to the city in some form. So we need to understand that going forward, that we are still going to have, even though it's sustainable, we're going to have some cost to us, and we need to build that in going forward. So just keep that in mind when we're with our master plan, please.
Yeah, well noted, thank you.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor Taylor.
Council, anyone else?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Radke.
briefly, it was Greg Cernovich?
Cernkovich.
Cernovich.
Yeah, it's all right.
Cernovich?
Cernkovich.
Cernovich.
Okay.
Not enough vowels, I know.
Well, I'm, Polish.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm
You
Polish
feel the
myself,
pain.
so I totally get it. I was just briefly questioning, the chargers that we're getting through the GM program, the power through them will be offered free to residents to charge their vehicles, or will there be a
No,
cost?
there'll be a charge, there'll be a cost, obviously, to maintain the units, as well as, believe the lease also has a revenue share on
Okay.
the charging units, so.
Do you know what the cost might be today?
The cost might be today, we usually use a pretty industry standard, we don't charge outrageous, because we obviously want people to use them and
Sure.
not feel that they're, being taken advantage of. So I would say roughly in the neighborhood of 32 to 42 cents a kilowatt hour is kind of the standard.
For a full charge, I don't.
Oh, how much it charged to
Yeah,
cost
how
your
much would a
car?
charge
It
cost you?
totally depends on how big the battery is on a car, but if you have a 60 kilowatt hour battery times.
30 bucks
20,
maybe?
Say $15 to $20.
Amazing. Okay, that's all I had. I was just curious what it would cost, so that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Radke. Anyone else?
Mayor Taylor,
Mrs. Schmidt?
just briefly through the chair to Mr. Vanderpool. Ms. Richards said something that struck me. We have a charging station at the community center that is free.
Great deal.
Who pays for that?
I think Nathan thinks
We do.
ours on it
Mr.
right now.
Vanderpool.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Councilwoman Schmidt, the city pays for that. So, yeah, we're going to have to work that out and figure out, how that fits into this charge setup. But it is very commonplace and most electric vehicle owners realize that when they do charge their vehicles, they do have to pay the going rate.
Otherwise, I want my gas tank filled when I come to the community center. I mean.
Me too.
Let's think about this, Mr.
Well, it really
Vanderpool.
was a test program to generate some interest and get people to even use it and know it's there.
Okay. I have nothing further.
Mrs. Zarko.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. The only question we had, the number that we were putting in the charging stations, how long, what's the average length of time that it takes to charge a vehicle? Because I know in some places where they're used more than in others, there's a waiting line in order to use the charging station. So what's the average amount of time?
It honestly totally depends on how big your battery is in your car, so it can range. You can have a Chevy Bolt that has a 60 kilowatt battery all the way up to like a Hummer that has a much bigger battery. But generally, these types of chargers are more amenities. They're not like a fast charger like you've seen online where people are lining up waiting to charge their vehicle all the way up. This is more of an amenity if you're going somewhere, to get a little bit of a charge while you're there in the park, walking your dog, playing with your kids, that kind of thing. But the chargers we're offering, usually about in an hour, you can get about a 35 to 40 mile range of charge, even up to 45, I believe, in some cars. So if you think you're there for 3 or 4 hours, you're getting a substantial charge.
Okay, we might be related.
We might be related.
Jeez.
Only because my mother's last name is Cernkovich. Or my maiden name was Circovich, and when I saw it come up, I had to take a picture so I can send it to all my relatives. 'Cause they don't-
Am I from Ohio? I have family from Ohio and Wisconsin, so,
You're related.
Croatian?
yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
That's a pretty rare last name, so it would not surprise me. It's the first one I've ever heard
It's
of.
Circo, they shortened it, so, yes, but Circovich, yeah, I get it.
Okay, we'll have to
It
talk,
wasn't so
we'll
hard
have
for
to
me to
talk after.
pronounce,
Maybe,
yeah.
maybe I'll add you to the family tree.
Okay, we'll look at that.
Lucky you.
Can we look into the nepotism aspect of this?
Duly noted. Mayor, I just have one last item on my
Well,
report.
and
I think Deanna wants to.
anybody else?
Oh, there you
All
go.
right, thank you very much.
Yeah, no
Sir,
problem.
we appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Poor Greg.
Mayor, at the conclusion of tonight's agenda, I'm requesting that the city council convene a closed session pursuant to Section 8H of the Open Meetings Act for council to consult with the city attorney regarding 2 confidential written legal opinions. And that concludes my report this evening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Vanderpool. Thank you, Ms. Richards, Dr. Purcell, Mr. Damon, and for all your presentations tonight. We do appreciate that. Our next item on our agenda tonight is a swearing-in ceremony. This is a swearing-in ceremony for new Sterling Heights police officers. We do have a presentation from our police chief, Dale Wojciechowski. Chief.
All right. It is my honor to present the 4 newest members to the Sterling Heights Police Department. We tried to do this a few weeks back, but we had our awards night. They were actually sworn in and started with us at the police department on Monday, May 15th. And it is another proud day as the police chief. I have a captain that's participating in oral board assessment centers for command officers in the city of Ann Arbor. They bring in command officers from across the state to do the interviews. So today she was there, Captain Hopper, and they said, wow, we just can't find anyone to hire. And then the person who was running the assessments for Ann Arbor was talking about 20 different departments there that were represented, command officers from 20 departments. And they said, who's at full staffing? And no one raises their hand except for Captain Hopper. And they said, well, where are you from? And she says, Sterling Heights. And they said, of course, Sterling Heights. So it is a real thing statewide. Not only are we at full staffing, but we are getting the best candidates in the state of Michigan. Officers that bring with them a wealth of experience with other departments. And they come here to Sterling Heights. Not only do they come here, they never leave. And we just had this conversation with the 10 members that are on our recruitment team. We have a full recruitment team that travels the entire state selling the Sterling Heights brand. And that is one of our big talking points. You come here to Sterling Heights, you never leave, because there's nothing better in the police business than this agency. From the way the city is run, the financial backing of the city, the pay and the benefits, and all the different things you can do in Sterling Heights, there is nothing that even comes close. So with that, I'd like to introduce Nicholas Bruno, Luke Morris, Angelo Stegner, and Devin Leonard, our newest hires. Starting off a little bit with Nicholas Bruno. Nicholas, to the far left there, fond spot in my heart. He's a Henry Ford graduate, another former Falcon, so you're destined for greatness, Nick. So Nick went to Henry Ford High School right here in Sterling Heights. He was with the Detroit Police Department for 3 years, and again, an all-star hire. We couldn't be any happier. We have Luke Morris standing right to his right or his left. I just graduated from the Macomb Police Academy. I was honored to be at your graduation, and Luke scored at the top of his class in multiple categories. The director loved Luke. And a little bit about Luke. Luke was a professional baseball umpire prior to finishing the academy. So you're going to use those umpire skills, I think, a lot here, because that's what police officers do. We show up in the worst moments of people's lives and we have to figure stuff out. Who's right and who's wrong. But they usually always hate the umpire, so be prepared for that, Luke. And then Angelo Stegner. Angelo is one of our former police explorers here in Sterling Heights. So again, that Explorer program paying dividends for Sterling Heights and this police department. They come, they join when they're kids, they stay and they remember this place, they remember this police department. And when Angelo just finished the Oakland Police Academy, he knew exactly where he wanted to work. I don't think it was even, there was no other doubt. This is where he wanted to be, so we're so happy to have Angelo. And Devin Leonard. Devin, 6 years with the Detroit Police Department. Her brother Donovan Leonard has worked for us for many years, and a solid hire with a ton of experience coming in the door day one as a rookie. So with that, if you guys want to raise your right hand, we'll do the swearing in. State your name. Do solemnly swear. That I will support the Constitution of the United States. And that of the state of Michigan. and that I will faithfully discharge the duties of police officer
that I will faithfully discharge the duties of a police officer
in and for the city of Sterling Heights,
in and for the city of Sterling Heights,
and that I will strive to maintain the highest standards of that department
and I will strive to maintain the highest standards of that department
to the best of my knowledge and ability.
to the best of my knowledge and ability.
Congratulations. Words.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for being here. I just want to say thank you to the City Council, the Chief, and my friends, my family, and the City of Sterling Heights for this opportunity, and I look forward to it. I grew up in Sterling Heights, and I'm very excited to be here. Thank you.
Hi, thank you guys for having me today. I just want to say thank you to City Council, thank you to Chief, thank you to my family for coming, my girlfriend, and then Director Shimatero from the Macomb Police Academy for coming to support me today. I'm very excited to be here and spend the rest of my career here. Thank you, guys.
Well, first off, I'd like to thank City Council for allowing me to be here, and Chief and the whole city. I'd also like to thank my family members who've supported me throughout my long journey. Also wanted to say that I also worked at 16 in Van Dyke for the Meyer, doing loss prevention for a few years as well. So I've been hopefully protecting the city for a little longer than just being a police officer. But I'm really excited to be here and get started, and thank you all for this opportunity.
Hello, everybody. I just want to thank the City Hall. Chief, appreciate you. I appreciate this opportunity to be a part of the city. I want to thank my family, my friends for the support, and I'm excited to be a part of this community.
That concludes my presentation. I would like to thank council as always. You let us hire immediately, so we're always at full staff. You back this police department, you fund this police department. It means a lot. It means a lot about the caliber of people we are able to draw into our police department. And with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mayor Taylor.
Okay, thank you very much, Chief. Why don't you guys go have a seat again real quick? We'll release you real soon, but we don't want you to wander out of here while we're talking about you. And then your family's going to get nervous what's going on. So I'm going to turn it over to our Mayor Pro Tem, Ms. Sarowski, to kick us off.
He
Mrs.
knew.
Sarowski.
Thank you so much. So to all of you, congratulations and welcome. We are so excited to have you. I've said this before, my son is a military police officer in the Marine Corps. He's been there for almost 10 years. He's a major now. So I have a special place in my heart for you. Also, you're going to see my husband a few times. He's Judge Sarowski. So you'll get to see the name in the family bit. But I'm so happy to have you. I'm very excited that you're all here. Police officers hold a very, very special place in my heart, as Chief knows. And I will always be here to support you. If you need anything, don't ever hesitate to reach out to me or any of my family. Also, my son's a prosecutor, so that name gets around. So, yeah, and we're on the side of the law, that side. So sorry for all of my friends who are defense attorneys. But so please be safe out there and be careful and do whatever you can to keep us safe as well. And we look forward to seeing you. Take care and thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Sarowski. Mrs. Schmidt.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I just want to say that to start, Officer Bruno, I have known since probably U10 baseball in the Parks and Recs League here. So welcome to all of you. Stay safe. Welcome to the family, because that's what Sterling Heights is. And you'll find that out real quick, that our residents in this council support you 1,000%. So if you have needs, if you have concerns, everyone's always available to all of you. So welcome and stay safe.
Mr. Radke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll start with the chief. Chief, you keep bringing us the best, and I appreciate that. You really are scouring the state, and I feel like every class that comes in here is just very impressive. So I want to thank you and the recruiting team's hard work for finding us these wonderful, I would say candidates, but other police officers. So to the police officers, welcome. Sterling Heights is, in my opinion, the best city in the state of Michigan. Only because I'm elected, but because I live here too, right? And we'll support you in everything you do. But you have a high standard to meet, because we, like the chief said, we only take the best. We only expect the best from you. So as long as you meet that, you'll always have a great, long career here. I'm sure you're going to impress us. We have had so many impressive police officers that came through here. You have big shoes to fill, but you're going to do it. So I stay safe out there. We're going to give you everything you need. Let us know if you need more, because we want to make sure our city is the safest in the state of Michigan. All I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Radke. Mrs. Koski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to say welcome to Sterling Heights. Thank you for choosing Sterling Heights to continue your career. Always remember that we support you so that you can do a fantastic job for our residents so that they can be safe and you can also be safe. So line of communication is always open, and you've got a great chief there. If he ever gives you any problem, give me a call. Great job, Chief. Thank you.
Mrs. Zarko.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Welcome to the family of Sterling Heights. We're proud to have you here, and I hope that we're going to make you proud too, because it goes both ways. But we certainly appreciate the fact that you've chosen Sterling Heights, and it means a lot to us as well. Chief, does this bring us, through the chair to the chief, does this bring us to full staffing, or do we have other openings?
Yeah, we're at full staff, but we do have a couple retirements, so we're already going to be like 3 in the hole by the middle of the summer. So it's constant hiring, but yes, we're looking good right now.
All right, nothing further. Welcome.
Okay. Henry, anything?
Sure, why not?
I'm going to ask them why they didn't become firefighters.
No, well, it was, they did make already the wrong choice. Because I kept looking at Angelo, I'm like, I know that guy from somewhere. Yeah, he was in the cadets, right? Chief, first of all, I want to say I am surprised that those command officers didn't say Sterling Heights was fully staffed, because you keep poaching everybody across the state. Thank you for not using.
Poaching is a harsh word, Councilman.
It's a very harsh word. It's a very harsh word, but you know, people do come here for a reason. This city does attract the best, and congratulations. I couldn't help to think, though, as they're standing here and they're watching you do your thing, that 25 years from now, they're going to be at the retirement party and go, remember old man Dwadzikowski? He was the chief. But you will spend your 25 years here, and it'll be a great job. I do wish you the best of luck and stay safe. You know, as a retired firefighter, I occasionally tell people don't know what we do at 2 o'clock in the morning. Only first responders really know that. While people are safe in their beds, all hell's breaking loose, and it's up to you guys to make sure that we stay safe. And so our thoughts are with you and all the police officers in the city every single day. This is a great place to work. Don't screw it up. Put your 25 years in here, and you'll have great careers. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Yanez. I want to give you a similar message, maybe not as bluntly, maybe a little bit more diplomatically. I suspect there might be a number of reasons why you chose to continue your career, start your career in the city of Sterling Heights. I think we have a reputation as being a safe city, a city that takes care of its police officers, a city that pays its police officers well. That's important, I think, to everybody. But a city that public respects its police officers and supports its police officers. And that is, I think, a vitally important part of being a police officer. I could not imagine being a police officer in some of the cities around the country where your public doesn't support you and where crime is running rampant and you're trying to do your job and you're not getting the support of the public. You're going to have that here, okay? You're going to have that here, but we rely on you to make sure that the public continues to support you and that we continue to be the safe city that we are. Every one of us, I think, you know, I've said feel very blessed to be the mayor of this city. It's a very well-run city. It's a city where we have great services, great police, safe, great parks. I'm not taking credit for that, and a lot of times I think I'm lucky to just be here and be able to watch all of these incredibly talented people around me do what they do. It will hopefully motivate you to rise to another level, because I think that's what it does to many of our employees. It motivates them. They see that what they can be, and they see their peers performing at a high level and providing excellent service. That's the expectation of you. So as Henry said, Mr. Yanez said, don't screw it up. I'll say a similar message. continue that legacy of excellence and pass it on to the people who come after you. Learn from the people who are here, not just police officers, but firefighters and DPW employees, City Hall employees, hopefully the City Council and City Administration as well, and continue that tradition of excellency that we have here in the city of Sterling Heights. It's encouraging to see so many family members here. To the families of these 4 new police officers, thank you for being here. Thank you for what you've done to get them to this point. It's a difficult profession to go into. It's a profession that I think, unfortunately, as time goes on, we're going to have fewer and fewer good, qualified candidates. Please continue to support them. Continue to keep them in your thoughts and prayers. Do what you can for them. This is a hard job. Many of you, I think, probably know that. There's oftentimes with our police officers and firefighters, there's a legacy of that service in the family. So do what you can to support these young men and women, and because we are going to rely on them, and 134,000 residents and tens of thousands of people who come here to work are going to rely on them every single day. So, Chief, that's all I've got. Congratulations. God bless. Godspeed. Keep us safe. Stay safe yourself. And one more big, huge round of applause for these folks. Okay, we're going to take about a 5-minute recess. We'll stand in recess, and we'll come back at 8:05. Meeting is in recess. Okay, calling this meeting back to order. Thank you, everybody, and thank you again to the 4 police officers and their families for being here tonight. Our next item is a public hearing. This is to conduct a public hearing on the proposed adoption of a resolution creating the Lakeside Corridor Improvement Authority and designating the boundaries of the development area. We have a presentation from our Senior Economic Development Advisor, Luke Bonner. Mr.
Good evening. Thanks, Mayor Taylor. Good evening, Mr. Vanderpool and members of council. Tonight's public hearing is regarding the Lakeside Corridor Improvement Authority District. Let me see here. And I wanted to, as we get through this evening's public hearing, I wanted to go through just a brief history and some of the key timelines and dates that have occurred over the last 8 years now to get us to this point. If you recall, actually it was September 2015 when we created the Lakeside Sustainability Plan, which really looked at the density and land use at Lakeside if it were to ever be redeveloped. At that point in time, that wasn't really on our radar screen, but we were doing it in preparation of the future changes that were coming with enclosed shopping centers. And then in June 2016 is when General Growth Properties, the owner at the time, defaulted on their mortgage at Lakeside, which then set in motion a 3-year period of time where the mall was being managed by a special servicer out of Dallas, Texas, which was C3 Asset Management, who through that process we forged a very good relationship with to make sure that we fully understood the process that Lakeside was going to go through to the point of eventual sale. A key benchmark during that time period was a benchmark field trip, if you will, to Lakewood, Colorado in June 2018 to meet with the city of Lakewood, to look at their major mall redevelopment project they had there. Lakewood, very similar to Sterling Heights, 1.5 million square foot mall that was redeveloped beginning in the late 90s. City council, many planning commissioners, and many businesses and stakeholders went with us on that trip. Very eye-opening, I think, for all of us to understand, first of all, the length of time it actually took for that process to actually happen for redevelopment. And at the time that we were there, I think they were already 18 or 19 years in and they weren't still finished completing that project. Just understanding the city of Lakewood's viewpoint of public infrastructure incentives as part of that whole redevelopment project. I think it was really good, a very good foundational meeting for all of us to attend that. And also, again, part of the preparation of what to expect as we go through this process. Year later, December 2019 is when Lionheart Capital acquired Lakeside. And as Lionheart has said in the past, what was really attractive for them was all of the work that we had already put together, all of the studies that we had completed. We worked with the University of Michigan to do a market study for Lakeside. We worked with Retail Site Networks and the Gershenson Group to do retail site analysis for this. We, at the time, had an overlay district, a mixed-use overlay district. So we had done a lot already up until that point to make Lakeside attractive for redevelopment, and not just attractive for someone to buy it and sit on it and hold it for years and years and years. So we've been, over the last couple of years now, culminating in November of 2022, working very closely with Lionheart Capital, who was here in November, who gave a very in-depth and impressive presentation on what the future of Lakeside could look like if they were to move forward with the redevelopment. That MOU, which I'll get to a few things here shortly, set into motion kind of where we're at tonight. So April 4th, the city council passed a resolution of intent to create a corridor improvement authority district, which is what the public hearing is on tonight. And then the next step in this process would be August 15th, which would be for the resolution actually adopting the Corridor Improvement Authority and setting the district boundaries. So the district boundaries themselves, we talked about this in April, but just a quick refresher. We looked at the Corridor Improvement Authority as the primary tool There are a couple of qualifiers for that. One is 50% in the proposed district has to be commercial property, historically commercial property, and the parcels have to be within 500 feet of a major or arterial roadway, which is Shaner and M59. We also looked at, some of the natural start and end points to sort of the lakeside area on the west, the ITC corridor on the south, Canal, and then on the east, ending at Henry Ford. We looked at a larger district, really to help codify the area as more of a lakeside commercial area. The goal is to take a lot of the design elements, landscaping standards, signage, architectural design, and apply those standards throughout the entire area. And then over time, as property values grow and property taxes increase with that property value growth, the Corridor Improvement Authority would be able to make aesthetic improvements and enhancements and infrastructure upgrades throughout the entire area as well to kind of match, again, what's going on in at Lakeside overall. So again, the purpose of the Corridor Improvement Authority is to set up a tax increment finance mechanism that would allow us to capture future property taxes from the growth in the redevelopment of Lakeside Shopping Center so that we would be able to authorize and issue bonds to build public infrastructure, which we would own, manage, and maintain. The MOU from November also allows us to look at other economic incentives, which we have been doing quite a bit of. One of those economic incentive programs is the transformational brownfield. There's an amendment to the legislation that's expected to be passed at the end of this month. The transformational brownfield program is essentially a program that's managed by the state of Michigan that allows for additional sales tax and income tax capture at the redevelopment site that would use for brownfield related activities, demolition, environmental cleanup, et cetera. So we have been working with state legislatures, other stakeholders to make a case that Lakeside be included in that legislation. That's expected to pass at the end of the month, like I said. We've also been looking at programs with MDOT for public infrastructure grants. We have worked with our congressional folks to identify programs that this might be eligible for, and also our state legislators for additional potential appropriations that would be eligible for the redevelopment of Lakeside. So with that, I will be here for any questions that might have during or after the public hearing process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Bonner. So at this time, I'd like to open up the public hearing. And is there anyone in the audience who would like to speak on this item? Mr. Costello.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and Luke, thank you again. You've done a lot for Sterling Heights planning, and I sincerely appreciate it. I have a few pieces of property in Sterling Heights and a few on Hall Road. Marshall's, Barnes & Noble, Joann's Fabric, Panera, Five Below, Lens Crafters, Dick's Sporting Goods, Sterling Heights, doing very well. The Vitamin Shop, DXL, Second and Charles, Home Goods, BJ's Wholesale, and then we have Cabela's, which is very popular, as well as the surrounding stores there. And I want to do everything we can do to do the correct thing with Sterling Heights because it's a great community. I'm concerned with one little thing, and that is that even though I have 40 acres in Sterling Heights, it's not included in this, even though it's on the same road as this development is. And it seems to me if we could just enlarge the western side of the development to include our property, we could be of great value working together. And we would bring our properties in, and that's what we do. We went to ICSC, which is the International Council of Shopping Centers, and we bring back some of the major players that are there, and we showcase the communities, and we are very effective at what we do. In addition to that, I'm concerned with a fairness matter in that I've been here, I've been paying taxes, I've been putting buildings up, I've been employing people, and I think I should be included if we're going to do things to help out the area, to help out the entire area. And to me, the area that makes the most sense is going to the western border, which is Delco, then you have the freeway and that, and that would be the most attractive thing, because what's happening if we don't do that is it's kind of unfair competition, because I'll be there quoting a rental, quoting a new person, and they could come in and say, well, we're not paying any infrastructure, so you have to somehow eat that, and it just won't work unless we're all on the same page. And and I commend Sterling for being very attentive in doing this, but it's been going on for a long while, and we really haven't opened up too much, although the Dick's Sporting Good and the DXL, we're doing that. We're talking to other people coming in, and part of that is that as places get filled up, for example, in front of Lakeside with the uses there, that makes the other places more desirable, because they have the ability to come in and do the things, and you know, that's where we are. And I, after a lot of years working with this, would like to be included in the plan, so I could fairly represent my properties, I could fairly represent my company. And I don't want to sound brash, but I think I'm pretty effective at what I'm doing. And I know I'm the largest property owner on Hall Road, and I think you know my affinity to Sterling Heights. I think it's a great community. We've done a lot of things here. And it would be a little inconvenience, but I think stronger, instead of having two people trying to get the same tenant. If we could work together, that would be it. And I would frankly feel a little concerned that I wouldn't have the same advantages in terms of putting a new tenant in.
Okay, Tom, unfortunately, we're gonna have to keep it at that. But thank you. Appreciate your comments, and we'll take them into consideration tonight. Anyone else on the public hearing? Ms. Nayez?
Good evening. I just have a couple of questions and one comment. When the MOU was discussed here, the media made a big thing about Lakeside closing. Now when I tell somebody that I've been to Lakeside Mall, they go, how did you do that? They're closed. So I would request that the media let the public know that Lakeside is still open for business, and those 55 businesses that are there would probably appreciate the patronage. And then I wanted to know, when the area was decided, why are the office buildings that are on the outside of the Lakeside Circle not included in the district? And I also would like to know, who owns the spoke roads like South Cove? Is that Sterling Heights, or is that part of the Lakeside property? And I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Nayez. Anyone else on the public hearing? Yes, ma'am. Yes, please come up.
This is just a quick question. I'm on Lakeside Circle a lot, and the painted line lanes are almost totally gone. And in some areas, you have a middle lane to take a left, and in some areas you don't. And I see cars going everywhere trying to decide when to take a left and when not to take a left, or even where the lanes are. So is there any plan on repainting those lines? I know until this whole plan is completed, is there a way of getting those, painted?
We'll get you a response, okay? Thank you. Anyone else on the public hearing? If not, I will close the public hearing, and council, we need a motion.
Mayor Taylor.
Mrs. Zarko.
Resolve to direct city administration to prepare a resolution establishing the Lakeside Corridor Improvement Authority and designating the boundaries of the development area within which the authority shall exercise its powers for consideration at the August 15th, 2023 regular meeting.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Any discussion, Mrs. Zarko?
I'm going to wait. Thank you, Mayor Taylor.
Okay. Mrs. Sarowski?
No, I will also hold.
Council, anybody want to wait? Anybody want to speak, or does everybody want to wait? All right, everybody's waited, so it's back to you, Mrs. Zarko.
You know what, we've been talking about this for seriously, for 5 years. So I think we know what we want. It's taken a lot of compromise, not only with the city, but also with the companies that are involved. This isn't the first time that the boundaries have been mentioned at a council meeting, so they've been out there for a while, because we've seen these before. Because I remember asking the question as to why they were extended in certain areas. And you've given us the definition of how it has to be abutting. And, you know, if we want this developed, we're going to have to make some decisions. And it's going to be a community effort in order to get it done. It's better than having 100 acres of property sitting on the corner of M59 and Shaner that's going to be empty. So we know that the mall isn't coming back. There's malls that are in the area that were supposed to be even better, or the lifestyle malls, which is Partridge Creek, they're in bankruptcy. So it's not like, so even when Partridge Creek opened, we were worried about what was going to happen to the stores in Sterling Heights or at Lakeside Mall. The rumors, like Mrs. Nayez has mentioned, has taken the national brands out of the mall and placed them in strip malls up on, on M59. So that part of what you're saying, it's inevitable that this is going to be redeveloped. So these businesses see the writing on the wall. You know what, at this point, I think we're being proactive in what needs to be done and what should be done. And I have to give the staff and everybody that's been involved in this and the company. I mean, not that, I have my doubts sometimes. I'm not going to, I've mentioned it, privately to all of you and, to Mr. Bonner that I'm worried that we're going to go through all of this and they're going to back out. So, but this isn't the start of things. This is like just, it's not even midway. But I think we've talked about this enough and we've considered all of our other options that this is what's best for the community and how we can move the community forward. And if I didn't hear any objections to that from the people that are here. So I'm in favor of this. And that's pretty much what I have to say.
Thank you, Mrs. Zarko. Mrs. Koski?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Excuse me. Allergies tonight, so excuse me if I sneeze. What we have tonight is a public hearing. To me, a public hearing is our opportunity to let the public know what we are doing, why we're doing it, and what it is. We're establishing the Lakeside Corridor Improvement Authority, CIA. Why are we doing this? Well, to redevelop, we have to put in roads, sewers, water, lighting, so that Lakeside can be redeveloped. Now, we're not going to do that until out of the box or whomever is in charge demolishes what's there. Then those infrastructures will be put in. How are they going to be paid for? And here I'm going to be stopping every once in a while and asking my associate here to give me some numbers. We're going to sell bonds. Can you tell me how much those bonds are going to cost?
Luke, maybe?
I haven't given you, no.
I'm waiting. The bond amount is proposed to be 45 million, which would be paid off by the tax increment financing done by the improvements within Lakeside Circle.
How does that happen?
It happens over time, as they're developing new buildings, the tax that is collected on that will go into the CIA district to pay the bonds first.
Okay, they get paid first. How long do you think it's going to take? Is there a set maximum time limit, or can it go on forever?
We are proposing, I believe it's a 25-year bond.
You added 5 years on.
Yes, Ms. Varney knows that better than I do, so.
So it's going to take 25 years. Now you said, we're going to pay this back by funding that is available because we have set a base taxable value to these properties, and any taxes raised over and above that will be the money that will be used to pay back the bonds.
Yes, we've used TIF financing for several projects in the city. The whole basis of it is formed in state law, which allows this tool for redevelopment. The idea is that as they're developing and increasing the value of the property, that increase in taxable value gets collected back to the CIA, and we're able to draw from other jurisdictions that would normally be able to take money out of the city and put it in other places. We're able to reinvest that back into the city for purposes of development. So as we're putting in public infrastructure, we would pay for that through that tax increment finance.
Now, how often do we sell these bonds? Do we do it in phases where, okay, now we're going to put in the water lines, now we're going to put in the sewer lines, now we're going to put in the roads, or is that all lumped into one and we borrow the total sum of money and put it where?
We would borrow the full sum of money because it's most expedient and cost-effective to do so. You wouldn't want to issue several bonds with different rates. You want to have one, and we get the best rate possible. That bond would then, we wouldn't give the money to the developer, for example. That money sits there, and it would be a reimbursement for, once they put in the infrastructure, the bills for that infrastructure would come to us, and we'd approve them once it's been approved to our standards, and we would pay those bills.
So in other words, it goes into our little bank.
That's right.
Okay. The other subject tonight is the boundaries. Who is going to be included in this boundary? Whose taxes is this going to affect? How do we determine what the boundary is? Why don't we just use the circle, which is Lakeside? That's for you. You're my buddy tonight.
You're next door.
I can have Luke jump in on some of these, but the general.
Well, if you need help, just raise your hand.
Thank you, I appreciate that. The idea of the expansion, I believe Mr. Bonner touched on earlier in his presentation, is to create a cohesive area that actually complements and allows for the aesthetics in that area to reflect an entire lakeside development, redevelopment area that would allow for aesthetics such as landscaping, signage that are consistent so that we don't have various looks in the area, allow for architectural design to be implemented, things of that nature that allows for that to happen. And the area that you see on the screen is the area of the properties that are included in the current proposed improvement authority.
And it's shaped that way because you don't include residential. It is shaped that way because you are strictly doing commercial, and if there's any industrial in there, I don't think there is, but if there is, that's who you're targeting.
I'll go to Luke on that one.
Yeah, so the Corridor Improvement Authority has specific requirements in terms of the properties that are included in a district. One qualifying factor is that in the proposed district, at least 50% of the total floor space has historically been commercial. So that's box check number one. And then number two, the parcels have to be within 500 feet of a major or arterial roadway, which is Shaner and M59. So in April, we talked about, for example, the question came up tonight from the audience, why are the office buildings left out of the Corridor Improvement Authority district that are on the south side of the mall? Because they're outside of the 500-foot distance requirement that's in the statute. So it's a limitation that we discussed at the last meeting. So the parcels that are all included fit those two major requirements in the Corridor Improvement Authority statute.
The payback is of the bonds, is that going to be strictly number one priority? In other words, we're not going to do any improvement to any of these exterior properties until that bond is paid back? How does that work?
Mr. Bonner.
You take it, I got it. So the original intent of the Corridor Improvement Authority was to give us the ability to build public infrastructure as part of the proposed redevelopment. Because the proposed redevelopment is a town center, it's a mixed-use town center, their conceptual plan that they unveiled in November has a street grid on it. So we're using this tool to essentially build that street grid, and to build the water, sanitary, sewer, storm, sidewalk, streets, street lighting, public spaces, et cetera, that would go part of that new development. So priority number one is as Lakeside is redeveloped and new property taxes are being generated from that new development, that those new property taxes would then pay those bonds off. That is like priority number one above anything else. The parcels outside of Lakeside proper are already served by public infrastructure, off of Shaner and M59. So the idea of additional improvements down the road would be enhancements to the area, again, for more district-wide branding, improvements, marketing, aesthetics, that sort of thing. And or if there is a major public improvement that needs to occur within those areas, that we would have the ability to do that at some point down the road, if there were sufficient tax increment revenues coming outside of Lakeside that would enable us to make any other enhancements.
So the exterior properties that are indicated they're outside the circle, they basically have to raise their own money through the tax increment financing.
There has to be growth in property values, or there has to be growth based on new development or redevelopment. So that would create a new set of property tax revenue that the Corridor Improvement Authority could use for those kinds of improvements. We are still a ways away from going through that process. Our real tipping point to go into that is Lakeside submitting a PUD application to the city for review and approval, and going through that process between Planning Commission and City Council and those public hearings. That would be the trigger point for us to then create the tax increment finance plan and the development plan, which really starts to detail all of those things out. And like I said, we're still a ways away from that process even starting. I wouldn't envision that beginning, and I don't want to jinx anything, but I wouldn't envision that process starting until middle to late next year, to be honest.
Now, the improvements that will be allowed are dictated by law, correct?
Correct.
And who makes the decision? Now you're going to tell me the Corridor Improvement Authority. My next question is going to be, who is that? Who appoints them?
So like we would do in a lot of these other cases, whether it's the Brownfield Authority, the Local Development Finance Authority, or our other Corridor Improvement Authority, as a staff and administration, we come up with recommendations to those bodies. Those bodies would then review and recommend approval to City Council, and that's all part of the budget process as well. In terms of who's on the board, the city has the application process online, and anyone who's interested, and we've had a few folks call and request more information, I'm steering them to the city website to fill out the application and show their interest, so that when the time comes to establishing the board, we have a full slate of applications for city council to review and consider for those appointments.
What are the requirements to apply for that board?
So you have to have a business interest within the district. So that's typically a business owner, property owner. There are a number of seats that require that to be filled, and then a residential requirement of someone who at least lives within a half mile of the proposed district.
What if the CIA decides when they get to the exterior here, they have extra money to make these enhancements? What if it's something that a property owner does not feel is necessary, doesn't want to do it, or it's more money than what they have captured? What happens then? Is it called a special assessment?
So the Corridor Improvement Authority is for public infrastructure. So we can't really make improvements, private development improvements, using this particular tax increment finance tool. There could be ways, for example, to do facade improvement programs. And there are a special set of circumstances to create that kind of program. So this is not to infringe on private property rights. This is to do any improvement within the public right-of-way. And so we would have to be at a point in time where the Corridor Improvement Authority has enough revenue for us to be able to make those kinds of improvements. Case in point, our current Corridor Improvement Authority, which is North Van Dyke, when we established that, it was right before the Great Recession. And property values declined, and we've all been through this, so not to resurrect any bad memories of the Great Recession. Property values declined significantly. So in that area, there was no new investment that occurred. Property values declined. We had to wait for property value growth to occur and happen all over again. We had to wait for new investment to actually happen in that district, to the point today, really over the last couple of years, that Corridor Improvement Authority finally has revenue to do certain things. So there's a point in time where this Corridor Improvement Authority will have to have enough revenue, and whether that's through new development, redevelopment, or just property value growth. The tax increment finance plan and the development plan are the two tools that we basically use, number one, to make projections of that growth based on our best estimates or proposed developments. And then the development plan is the guide. So within that development plan, we can list a number of different activities under the Corridor Improvement Authority statute that we can spend Corridor Improvement Authority dollars on. So our current Corridor Improvement Authority, for example, outlines property acquisition, for example, park space improvements, street lighting improvements, public infrastructure enhancements, et cetera. And because of the point we're at in that Corridor Improvement Authority, we are starting to acquire property for public improvements or for park space improvements and that sort of thing. It's taken us a while to get there. The Lakeside Mall project is sort of separate from this because we expect the development to happen and we'll be prepared to invest in that project when it happens. Everything outside of that, it really is kind of, sort of a wait and see approach in terms of when things actually occur and how much revenue comes in for us to do projects.
What taxes are we going to be capturing? As an example, county taxes, school taxes, city taxes?
City operating, county operating, HCMA, community college, SMART are the 5 taxes the Corridor Improvement Authority is eligible to capture. We, because again, this is going to what the Corridor Improvement Authority can actually do, we can do public infrastructure improvements. We also have talked about using brownfield redevelopment for this as well. Brownfield Redevelopment Authority actually has more ability to pay for private improvements, which really include demolition of structures and environmental cleanup. The Brownfield Redevelopment Authority would be a separate process as part of this. That would have to go to the state of Michigan for special approval to capture local school taxes, state education tax, and the Macomb Intermediate School District millage. Specific to those activities, demolition and environmental cleanup.
What if we're not happy with the boundaries as set here? Could we eliminate those extra properties and maybe just keep one or two that put us within 500 feet of the main roads and do the rest of them later? In other words, can you change the boundaries once you set up the CIA?
You can. If you wanted to change the boundaries tonight, then we really wouldn't go any further than the public hearing. We would have to change the boundaries and start all over again if the decision was, let's change boundaries right now. If we wanted to change boundaries in the future, we could. We could amend the district a year from now, 2 years from now, 5 years from now, to include additional properties in this Corridor Improvement Authority district if there was a need for it.
So it can be done.
Post. Yeah, it can be done after the fact as well.
Okay, so 5 years down the road, if we see that everything is going well, we want to expand this enhancement of the adjacent properties or the surrounding properties, we could then just say you're included?
No, we'd have to go through this process again. Public hearing process, resolution of intent, public hearing process, public notification period, resolution establishing the district boundaries, and amended tax increment finance and development plan at that point.
Would that include selling more bonds or not?
No.
No,
Certainly, no.
because I understand that there are some properties that would like to be included, but at this point, that's not necessary. So if we changed our mind and 5 years down the road, we wanted to include them, it's a possibility that it could be done.
We could, for certain. I think with the one thing to keep in mind with the Corridor Improvement Authority, the focus is public infrastructure improvements. The Lakeside Mall redevelopment is unique because, number one, it's a 100-acre site. It's 1.5 million square feet of economic and functionally obsolete structures. The cost, and I've said this before, the cost to redevelop and the process of redeveloping a landfill site is actually easier than redeveloping a mall because of all the financial entanglements, the amount of demolition that has to take place. And typically in these, you're putting residential projects versus a landfill, you're doing industrial, like the Amazon project at the old Liberty Park that we did a brownfield for. So we're using this to invest in, build, own, and operate public infrastructure that would be ours. That public infrastructure investment would allow Lionheart to build private development within the context of our public infrastructure. So we don't have the luxury as Sterling Heights. Other communities do. They're called core communities, which is a totally different conversation. We don't have the ability to provide private development incentives and pay for private development costs on private property. Brownfield is like the closest thing we can pay for demolition and environmental cleanup. Otherwise, the tools that we have available to us are focused on public infrastructure improvements that would enable private investment, which is the purpose and the focus of the Corridor Improvement Authority here at Lakeside.
Have I forgotten anything that the public needs to know?
If you did, I'm not going to tell you.
That's what I figured.
No, I think you did a really nice, I mean, those are really, really good questions. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm done.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Koski. Mr. Radke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Briefly, I guess, maybe not so briefly, through the chair to Luke. You talk about the Corridor Improvement Authority having public improvements, but it can do more than just public improvements. It can do commercials about the area. It could do holiday decorations about the area. It could sponsor activities to bring people to the area. Am I incorrect in any of this?
Sure. Public promotion, marketing of the district and that sort of thing are all eligible under the act.
Right. So I don't want to just say we can just build roads with it. We can build a better district.
Marketing and promotion, sure.
Sure. On top of that, when we were originally negotiating the MOU for Lakeside, it was my understanding that just the interior of the ring road would be enough to fund enough money to pay off the TIF bonds, We actually have a larger district here. Am I incorrect in that?
Correct. Yeah, the goal is for the Lakeside Development Project to stand alone.
Right.
Yep, to stand on its own.
So we're trying to catalyze further development with a larger CIA.
Correct.
Okay. I actually have one small issue with the boundary. I don't understand why Wynwood Drive on this map, why the southeast side, or I guess the east-southeast side of the roadway was excluded from it. Was it just the way you drew it, or is that why is it excluded?
It's eligible to be in the district. The purpose of it is to be in the district. So it's a line issue on the map.
I just wanted to make sure, because I was like, why would we put one side, because on the south side, you do the same thing.
Right.
I'll be honest, I still think, well, actually, I'll leave that off. Mr. Costello is here, he's talking about his properties. Why didn't we extend this district further to the west, maybe to Delco, as Mr. Costello would like for his 40 acres, I guess, that he has over there on the south side of 59?
Yeah, it's a good question. We used some natural, what we considered natural cutoff points, with the ITC corridor being a natural cutoff point to the west, particularly because we really can't do anything in the ITC corridor, for example, with Corridor Improvement Authority dollars. It's a public utility corridor. We have a project to the south of there, but there are no public enhancements to really do there. So it was a natural spot to end the corridor at that point. When we head to the east, we feel like Henry Ford, for example, actually could play a really nice role in the overall Lakeside redevelopment project. They've been very engaged and very interested in what's going on. So therefore, it didn't make sense to continue further all the way down to Hayes, for example, because it really starts to get outside of Lakeside. And then to the south, the canal, I mean, realistically, when Christmas traffic is really hot, canal is when you really start to feel the Christmas traffic backing up. You're really getting into the M59 Shaner Lakeside area. So that was a natural cutoff point too, plus everything south of canal are smaller office buildings and residential. So those were what we considered natural cutoff points.
I hear Mr. Gasol's point, though. He feels that if his area isn't included, there won't be money for infrastructure for his area, and he'll be at a disadvantage as a property owner. What would you say to that?
So Mr. Gastel and I have spoken a couple of times today, and we talked about this issue in particular and why his parcel was left out. So, for example, Mr. Gastel's parcel alone would not qualify for a corridor improvement authority, just the single parcel on its own, because it doesn't meet 50% of the floor space as commercial. It would have to be a part of a larger district. So the way we described it today, if Mr. Gastel has, a fairly impactful project, which he's talked about doing, and we've talked about how we can assist making a big project happen at his site, that we would be able to consider potential tools to make that happen. So as it stands today, our preference is to move forward again with the current corridor, and then we can have future discussions if there are impactful projects that we would be able to use incentives for. Then let's talk about it and see how we can, like any project that we have in the city, part of our role in economic development is how do we utilize the incentives that we have to make sure that some of these projects actually happen. So if there's something that we can assist with, I mean, we certainly would want to assist with it.
My original point on this entire thing was I think that Lakeside should be a DDA instead of a corridor improvement authority, both because it can levy additional taxes if necessary and because the district boundaries can be expanded. My biggest problem is what Mrs. Naya stated, which is that the office buildings and residential buildings to the east and the south of Lakeside Circle aren't included, and also Island Park is not included. I spent a little bit of the weekend talking with a resident of the neighborhood just south of there, Gail, I want to say her name was Stothen, and we discussed Island Park at length. The South Bridge to Island Park is in disrepair and is limited right now for who can access it. There is no northwest bridge, but there's always been a plan and an easement to create a bridge from Lakeside to that area. Because of the corridor improvement district boundaries, Island Park can't be included in the district. Is that correct, Mr. Bonner?
That is correct.
So I guess to me, I would like to see improvements to Island Park. I would like to see the South Bridge fixed and the North Bridge created. And I don't know where we'll find the funds to do that. I think a DDA makes the most sense because it could be included, because as you said, we're going to be creating more revenue inside this district than are needed for just the bonds for Lakeside. So I probably will be voting no tonight on the CIA. I support the idea of the CIA, but I think the DDA would be the most appropriate mechanism. Just very briefly also, through the chair to Mr. Vanderpool, woman did not give her name, but the lines on Lakeside Circle, that's the Lakeside's property, not the city's, correct?
Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Radke, that's correct, and not to put him on the spot, but the general manager and I spoke, he's here tonight, Carl Ball, have spoke about this repeatedly over the past couple of weeks, and Lionheart and the general manager is committed to getting those lines installed in short order. The city has a quote to apply the lane markings if they're not able to meet that deadline in the next few weeks. So we have a contractor ready to go. They'll do it, and we'll bill them accordingly. So that's a short-term problem. We will get that addressed.
And then just very briefly to answer another question from the audience. The city owns the spoke roads to Lakeside.
Yes, that's correct. The city does own the spoke roads. We're looking at some interim measures because some of them, South Cove, for example, are, could use some improvement. But yet it would be foolish at this point to completely redo the road. So we're looking at some short-term improvements to get us through this development, after which the roads will be completely redone as part of this redevelopment.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderpool. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Radke. Mr.
Mayor Taylor.
Mrs. Sarowski.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So I didn't quite understand Mr. Bonner. So through the chair to Mr. Bonner, can you please explain to me again why, why Mr. Costello's property could not be included in this first go around?
Yeah, it's not, thank you. It's not a matter of not being included. So technically speaking, for a corridor improvement authority, we could extend this as far down M59 and Shaner as we wanted to, or as what was eligible under the act. Our focus was a lakeside district. And again, we just use some natural start points, stop points in terms of where we have the district boundaries start and stop. The ITC corridor being one, Henry Ford being another, and Canal being the last one on the south side.
Okay. And the ITC corridor, what is the, what's the footage on that? What's the dimension? How long is it of a corridor?
I have no idea.
Okay, just curious, because I'd say like maybe 50 feet-ish, maybe 100 feet.
Wide?
Wide or long?
Wide, yeah, maybe.
Wide.
Wide, just curious. And the reason I ask that is because that divides a bit of Mr. Costello's property, and I'm just curious, thinking, well, that's a corridor, but we can't develop that, I understand, and we can't use that in this property, but it's just, for the residents, and the reason I'm asking this is because from the beginning, and we've.
311 feet,
What?
311.6.
Okay, I was saying about 500, so there you go. I was guessing.
Give or take.
Thank you.
Actually.
Good job. Oh, did I say 50, Well,
You
okay.
said 50.
You said
50
50.
to 100, all right. Then I added 500 in my mind, but my mind goes fast and in circles, as you can pretty much guess. So the reason I'm asking all of this, and the reason that we've been asking and giving Mr. Costello a lot of deference is because he went with us to out to Colorado, and he's been on board with us and really wanting to be involved with this Lakeside project from the beginning. And he did mention a word that really does resonate with me, and that's fairness. And fairness, it's a word a lot of people say, oh, life isn't fair. But I try to find the fairness in things and the kindness in things. And I think that this is, it would be fair to try to include some of his properties, because he has been very good to the city, and it would just be fair to let him be involved in this. He has indicated that he would like to be involved from the beginning, spend his time, spend his own money. So let's see if we could get him, he's wanted to be involved in this. So I do, in all honesty, think it would have been fair to include that boundary, 350 feet, that is that ITC corridor that separates his Dick's property from the old, what was it? Dooley's? Yep, the old Dooley's property, otherwise known as Bill Knapp's, for those of us who are really old and know what Bill Knapp's is, Mayor Taylor. So,
I've heard of Bill Knapp's.
oh, you've heard of it, I'm sure you have. Did you ever have their chocolate cake? It was really good. And, so I just think that it would have been fair to us to have been, give him the opportunity to be involved in this. So I'm not happy with the way these lines were drawn, nothing against Mr. Bonner and the people who have drawn this. As well as I do think that and we've talked about this, and initially the line, it did look like we were going to be including the Island Park to agree with my council colleague, Mr. Radke. So I'm just not really happy with these lines. I think that there are we could have done a little bit better and included some other, had some other opportunities that we could have captured with this. So I probably am not going to be voting yes on the proposal tonight, but I do, and for those reasons, and I do think that we could consider redrawing those lines. So that's all I have, Mayor Taylor.
Okay, let me jump in here. Because I sympathize with what Mr. Costello said too. I talked to him today. I think we got to understand what we're actually doing right now and take a step back and say, if we vote no on this today, how is it going to delay things and is it really worth it? My understanding, it was not my understanding, Mr. Bonner said it, is that we can amend this at any time. So we can come back and we can amend this at any time. So at any time in the future, we can increase the district as long as we stay within what the state law allows us to. So my understanding from talking with you, Tom, is that your concern is that, and if you want to come up and answer questions, I'm happy to allow you to do that. My understanding is that your concern is that when you go to either lease or sell this property to another end user, that they're going to be competing against a lakeside district that's got their infrastructure paid for. Is that a fair summation of what you said earlier?
That's what I tried to say earlier, is that,
If you don't mind, Tom, could you come up if you're going to talk to the microphone?
People at home can hear you.
Well, you only get 4 minutes. I let you go by almost 5.
that big gavel gets down.
He's like that.
Now it's my time and I can go for as long as I
Okay,
want.
no, and thank you. I appreciate all the thought you people are putting into this. And it gives some good flexibility on both people's part and could work very well. If it's just one thing, you get, as you said, the fairness thing where all of a sudden we both have sites, but their sites are getting all the infrastructure built in where we have to put it in, and it's a pretty considerable expense. So we think it would make sense. The second thing is that we have Hall Road frontage, which in retail is as good as it gets, and we have several hundred feet of that would be exposed and be able to be used, which could make it more attractive for larger developers, or larger projects.
Okay, I understand. Here's what my response is to that. The Lakeside Mall public infrastructure improvements are going to be self-contained within that circle. They're not going to go beyond the circle. Okay, so even though there are a lot of, and I hope this is on the screen at home, even though there are a lot of properties outside of the circle, the public infrastructure improvements are only going to be inside the circle. Okay, so because what we anticipate is that when the mall is demolished and when the mall is, and when the, inside the circle ring is redeveloped, that property value is going to increase so much, and the tax revenue is going to increase so much that it's going to be able to cover the cost of the infrastructure improvements that we're bonding for. So the reality here is that if the district extends out west, if we could do it right now and extend it out west, that's not going to change the fact that your property is not going to get any bonding from the city when it goes to bond for Lakeside Mall. That's going to be completely separate. That bonding that we go out for is going to go entirely into the circle. Now, if you were to come back later with a project and say, look, I've got 30 or 40 acres, I can do a mixed-use development there, but we need some infrastructure help. The market says that if you guys do help us out with some underground or help us out with some public infrastructure, then we can do this incredible project that will be able to pay for any bonding the city does for infrastructure. Then we can amend the plan at the time, extend it out to your property, look at your plan, go through the same rigorous analysis that we've gone through with Lakeside, and if the numbers work out, then I can tell you, for one, as long as the project is something transformational, something mixed use, something highly desirable, then certainly we would be more than happy. I can't speak for anyone other than myself, but I'd be more than happy to have that considered at the time. But the reality is, we haven't seen any project proposed. There's been no site plans presented.
Dick's Sporting Goods.
Dick's is in the district. Dick's is in the district, DXL is in the district, the property to the east of Dick's is in the pad to the east of Dick's is in the district.
Yeah, it is.
Azteca is in the district.
Yeah, it is.
So those properties are already in the district. If you're talking about the former Carmack site, that's not, and it potentially could be in the future, but it doesn't make any sense to me to vote no tonight so that we can go back and spend, Mr. Bonner, how long would it take if we vote no tonight to get us back here with a redrawn district?
I'm probably 3 to 4 months.
Yeah, so we're gonna be 3 to 4 months, and you don't have a project right now. So if you brought us a project, even within the next 2 to 3 months, I mean, once we approve this, we can go through a 3 to 4 month process to amend it, but, that would mean you've got a project for the Carmack site, that you've got.
Please don't say that. That was a very sad experience.
Well, it's just for reference, it makes, the Dooley site, if you'd like. If you have a project for the Dooley site and you need some bonding to do public infrastructure improvements to make it happen, and it's a transformational project like the Lakeside Mall project is, for one, I can promise you, I would strongly consider it for approval. But if we vote no on this tonight, like Mrs. Sarowski said, we're going to waste 4 months, and then it's not going to change anything for that property. It's not going to change anything at all. You know what I mean? So I don't see the value in delaying this. If you had a project and you had a user and you had a site plan for public infrastructure improvements that you need to have done and it couldn't get done without the city bonding like we're doing in Lakeside, I'm sure we'd consider it.
I would respectfully request that a lot of thought has been put to it here, and the question is, should it be no, should it be yes? And to what my way of thinking, it should be tabled. It's not going to be 4 months. We could all go in and share the same knowledge and see if it would work or not.
No, but what Luke is saying is.
Excuse me.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Costello. Can I finish? Okay. What Luke is saying is that if we want to expand the district, we have to start all over from scratch. There's a process of providing notice to the property owners in the adjacent area. So we can't just amend it tonight.
I'm saying that we table it for tonight
For
and
what?
see what we can do. We've had one voice on a different thing, and we haven't been able to articulate it perhaps as well as we should, but it would be a lot stronger development on both sides. But, you know, if you don't want to do it, we're in good shape. We can do things on our own, and I think we've put shovels in dirt, and I haven't seen anyone else do that here. So that's why I'm saying, if you're sincere in trying to help on this, let's table it for a short period of time, and I'm not talking about 4 months. To what ends? To find the best proposal that we
To
can
expand
all
the limits,
exceed.
to expand the district?
Sure.
That will take, if we table it for 2 weeks, then it's going to take another 3 to 4 months after that. And we're on a tight timeline
But
here.
you know what? Whatever you want to do is good. You've asked me what I think should happen and what would be best for the community and the developers, and I've
Okay.
told you. And you know, I'm a little bit in, you know, we have done these things, and it's, I don't think it's the way to go. You're trying to convince me. I'm sorry, sir, you're not going to convince me, and I've done a little bit of developing. And I think in fairness, that it would be smart to have the professionals come in, including your city manager, and let's sit down and see what we can do on an overall basis. We're talking about a big load of money and a big part of the future, and one of the last remaining pieces that Sterling could be part of the interest in.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Costello, I appreciate it. You know, to summarize, I don't see the value in delaying this at all because there's no project being proposed for that property west of Oleander, east of Delco. And so if we delay this 3 or 4 months to include that property in the district, it's just going to sit vacant for a long period of time after that. And I don't think, I'm Mr. Costello, I appreciate it. I'm done with questioning you, okay? If other council. No, I'm not asking questions. I'm making statements. If other council members have questions, they can ask questions of you. But to delay this for 3 or 4 months to include that property, it doesn't make any sense to me when we can get this done now, and then if there is a project on that property that Mr. Costello brings forward in the future, then we can amend the CIA district at that time to include it. But without a project, I don't see the reason to delay this any further. And again, the bonding that's being done, that will be done in the future, is only for inside Lakeside Circle anyways. It would not go to the benefit, direct benefit, of any other parcel outside of the Lakeside Ring. I mean, Mr. Bonner, am I saying anything that's improper, that's wrong? Can you correct me if I'm wrong in any regard?
I wouldn't anyways. I don't think it's my role to correct you.
I'm asking.
No,
I'm
I
asking.
think it's a perfectly logical way of looking at the process that we're in right now. And again, I'll go back to conversations we've had before with Mr. Costello on, you know, bringing an impactful mixed-use project forward, which we've talked about, and there's a cost to that. And we want to make sure that big projects that have an impact, we're able to make happen. And that's why we have an economic toolbox to do that. We've used it several times over the years to make projects happen, and you know, that's what we do. So when there's an opportunity to do so, like I said, why wouldn't we? You know, we want that to happen.
Yeah,
So.
I agree. And I don't see the harm. If you bring a project forward that you would like us to consider using public bonding to put public infrastructure in, and you can show the business case that that development is going to generate enough TIF revenue to cover any requested bond payment, we certainly would do that. Why wouldn't we? We're doing it right now. But again, no such project has been proposed. And it would take, it would take 6 to 18 months to even have a project like that come to fruition. So So we'll have plenty of time, to amend the district in the future without delaying this one. So I'm going to be voting yes. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, unless you can articulate some reason why delaying the vote tonight and tabling it or voting no is going to benefit other properties not in the district, when Mr. Bonner has said we can amend the district at any time if and when those property owners come forward with eligible projects that are worth pursuing. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak?
Yes.
Mr. Yanis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have several questions here, probably to several different people. So through the chair to Mr. Koszubski, I'll start with you. Who can, wait a second. The CIA board is mayoral appointments, correct?
Correct, confirmed by council.
Confirmed by council. And can anybody sit on the CIA authority? Not a board, it's an authority, right? Yeah, it's an authority. Can anyone sit on the CIA authority that does business with the city? Either contractually or what have you?
The answer is yes.
Okay, okay. Can you just explain, like, can you just explain what the board can spend money on without having to come to city council? I mean, just a couple of examples. You don't have to, like, go through a whole checklist, but.
Signage,
Well, the bonds, right? That's number one. Paying the bond back? No, that's the
the
city?
bond will get paid back.
Okay. Through the city, though? Yeah, walk me through this here. So we're
trying to-
capturing the, I'm sorry.
I'm happy to let Luke jump in on this. to see
But,
the-
yeah, let me just
Quite
have a
understand.
clear thought here. So we're going to issue a $45 million bond.
See where this is going.
The taxes will be captured, correct?
Yes,
And the bond is being paid back by the taxes that are captured.
correct.
Okay.
Yep.
And is it the authority that has the responsibility of paying the bond back or the city?
It's the city.
Okay, it's the city. So how does that money get transferred from the authority to the city?
It's accounting. I mean, to make it simple, and I know
Just moving
Jennifer's here.
digits? Literally
It's just paying it from an account. I mean, not to put Jennifer on the spot.
Oh, she was going to be on the spot anyways. I had her queued up. I had her queued up.
She cringed when I started talking.
Everybody's trying to test the other department heads to see if they know what other department heads are supposed to know.
So we have authorities now, right? We have the LDFA, we have another CIA. They don't have their own checking account. All the money runs through the city. It's a fund, like a water and sewer fund or a major roads fund. So, how the budgets work for the other authorities is basically, we work with city department heads to set the budget. That budget, if we take the LDFA, for example, we work with Director Castor, with Luke, with Catherine. We set the budget. That budget gets taken to the LDFA for approval, and then it comes to city council for approval as part of the budget process. So, but again, they don't have their own checkbook. They don't have their own savings account. So, now can the authorities approve, an expenditure on their own? I suppose the answer is yes, but, the city vis-a-vis, accounting and me has the ultimate control of the money.
Yeah, but so for instance, the LDFA just recently hired an individual to do like marketing, right? And she gets paid. That didn't have to come in front of city council, correct? I mean, we
Yeah,
budgeted the money for
right.
that,
So-
but they didn't have to come in front of us and say, we would like to hire this person. The authority made that decision.
That is correct. So but the council still has, I guess, controls the purse strings per se. If they wouldn't have had the budget for that, then I would have said, you don't have the budget to do that.
But they don't come in front of city council for every single expenditure. So to Mr. Radke's point, if they want to do a holiday lighting thing, they're not coming in front of city council. It's included in the budget. So, and that budget could be above and beyond, like the LDFA, above and beyond the tax capture, correct?
No.
So,
I mean, they can't spend more money than they have revenue.
no, not more
I'm
money they
sorry.
have revenue, but like the LDFA has tax capture, correct? And then we also budget, we give them money out of our general fund.
No.
No, it's all tax capture.
The
Okay.
LDFA specifically also has rent from Velocity, but no, we do not give none of the authorities
We
get
could
money.
give them money, but we don't.
Yeah.
We could give them, yeah, we could give
but
them
we-
money.
we
Okay.
don't.
So, but the authority can spend money without coming in front of city council. That would be correct, yes?
They can make an expenditure,
Yes.
they don't have to come to city council for every expenditure over $10,000 like the city does.
Okay.
But the city council still has the ultimate control that they allocate the budget. So if they don't have a budget for something they want to spend, then they wouldn't be able to spend it.
Okay, so walk me through this then. So if the tax capture in the defined area is, say, $100,000, where does that money go?
It's accounted, I mean, it stays in the city's checkbook per
Okay.
se, but it's accounted for as in the LDFA fund.
Yeah, LDFA. So they do have that tax capture. That's part of their budget.
Yes,
And we approve that.
yes.
Right. And then after we approve it, that 12-month period, by the time we approve the budget to the next budget, they have that money available to them to put up a sign or hire an individual or what have you, as long as they stay within the budget that we give them, correct?
Yeah, if that
Okay.
was part of the approved budget, but I just want to be clear, so say we budgeted a certain amount for, I don't know, let's just say electricity, they can't take that money and, hire somebody with it.
I get that.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Just to say that the authority has authority to spend money, to make decisions. Okay. Thank you. Don't go anywhere.
All right.
Because I'll ask you the next question. So, looking outside the ring road, everything outside the ring road, do we know what the tax base is, how much money that brings in, or do we only know what the total is?
No, I do know that. So, so the parcels outside of the ring road, and again, I did a comparison of 22 to 23 for taxable value. So for example, if these parcels, you don't really need to show this.
But it's cool.
Okay, so let's just say 2022 was the base value year for these parcels, and then 2023, we would have captured the increment. That would have been a total capture of 126,000-ish, of which 88,000 is city taxes. So that's just an example. Most of those parcels are, right now, only getting the 5% taxable value increase, but so as an example of one year to another, we're talking about another $126,000 of capture for the parcels outside of what we originally talked about in the CAA. But of course, if there was any development on those parcels in the future, then that would be more captured value. So I just ran an example of if 22 was the base year, how much we would have captured in 23.
And you or somebody else can project out, so we got a 25-year bond, you can project out 25 years, estimate rate of inflation. I know inflation was much higher last year than it was in the previous years, but over a 25-year period, what would you estimate the tax capture would be for everything outside the ring road?
Well, I mean, it's straight without inflation, it was around, it's $3 million over the 25 years. If you took the 126,000, I didn't run an inflationary
Yeah.
calculation. But the bond is gonna get paid from the original parcels. I mean, when we did the original, calculations to cover the bond payment, that was the original out-of-the-box parcels that more than covered the bond. So this would be, any of these other parcels would be additional capture.
Additional capture, okay, which could be over a 25-year period, 3 million or more, depending on the rate of inflation.
And depending on if there's development. If there's development of
development,
any of those parcels, then there would be more capture.
Thank you. Now you can run.
I can run.
Yes. Through the chair to Mr. Bonner. Mr. Bonner, have we had any problems attracting any businesses to the area outside of the Ring Road and especially west of Shaner? Have people just said, no, I'm not interested?
I would say that we have always a significant amount of interest on M59, particularly between Shaner and Hayes. Our biggest challenge is not that it's an attractive place. The biggest challenge is there's nowhere to put them. So, and I've mentioned this before, because I know council all has a favorite retailer or a restaurant or something they've seen in another city that would fit great here, and I agree. My point is always, if we can redevelop Lakeside, we would be able to get nearly everything that we want. Our limitation is available property and land.
Okay. I'm sorry, Ms. Varney. One more time.
Didn't run.
One more time. We didn't run far. If we didn't capture anything outside the Ring Road, the city would still collect that money, right?
We would collect the city portion, but we would miss out on the county tax, the extra taxes. So again, in this example, the example of the 22 to 23, it's about $35,000 of other people's taxes that we're collecting that then we can use within the district. So yeah, we would still collect the city portion, but not
And how much would the city portion be?
It was about $88,000.
$88,000. And if we wanted to put signage up or hang Christmas lights or whatever, we could spend that money, right? City council approves the budget. Doesn't have to come from the authority's budget. We can do whatever we want with that money, correct?
The city portion, yes,
Yeah, the
but
city portion.
by capturing it, and, again, in the example, it gives us another 30%.
Yeah.
That we could spend within the district.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. So I will just say that, I've been the lone no vote here. I was against the bond to begin with. I've just accepted that this is the fate of the taxpayers of Sterling Heights. But, when I pay my taxes, when you pay your taxes, I live at Plumbrook and Shaner, and when I pay my taxes, if somebody's sidewalk needs to be repaired down at 14 Mile and DeQuinder, that sidewalk, or the street, let's call it the street because the homeowner will pay the sidewalk. But the street needs to get repaired over at 14 and DeQuinder. They use the pool of money that comes from my taxes at Shaner and Plumbrook. And that's these taxes that are being paid for everything outside of Lakeside Circle. They go into the general fund that we use this money to do whatever we need to do with. And this idea that we're going to take this money, we're going to capture it, we're going to use it for marketing, even though, we're told that Hall Road is it's the golden corridor and everybody wants to be there, but yet for some reason we have to capture these taxes so we can make sure that the signage is right and all the trees are the same, when we could do that anyways. We don't need to capture this money to do this. This whole thing started with Lakeside and the Ring Road. And it's grown out there, and now we're capturing tax dollars that I don't think we need to capture. I mean, they're doing Plumbrook Road right now. They're rebuilding it in front of my house. It hadn't been touched in 20 years. That street had not been touched in 20 years, and thank goodness for the ARPA money, or it'd probably still be a disaster. And you have to wonder why it took so long to rebuild that road, Mr. Radke keeps talking about the tax on fixing sidewalks, which I am now supportive of because we have sidewalks that are broken or heaved or what have you. And why aren't we focusing our tax dollars on stuff like that as opposed to marketing and holiday lights and signage and all this other thing that we could spend the money on it anyways if we chose to? So I'll quit beating the dead horse, Mr. Mayor. I understand where I stand with this, amongst the 7 of us, but I will not support this issue tonight. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mrs. Schmidt.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Through the chair to Mr. Bonner. So why didn't we just make the boundary Lakeside Circle?
Mr. Bonner.
Part of the philosophy of expanding the boundary was to create a bigger district. I mean, to create a more defined core area than just Lakeside within the circle itself. So by expanding the boundaries, we could have a bigger identifiable place that was the hub of commerce for the city. That's why we expanded the boundaries the way we did.
It does seem kind of cut up to me. But I understand the rationale of who fits in and who doesn't fit in, the 500 feet and residential and all of that. I understand that. How many people are on the authority? Do we have that set? Does council set that?
Mr. Kaszubski.
That hasn't been set yet. That'll be part of the resolution coming forward on the 15th, but a committee were between 5 and I believe 9.
9, yes.
And are there a specific amount of business owners that have to be on it?
There are rules. Not less than a majority of the members must be persons having ownership or business interest in the property located in the area. So that the majority would have to be in the area. At least one member must be a resident of the development area or of an area within a half mile of any part of the development area. So a resident will be involved. And that's pretty much the 2 basic ones, other than being appointed by the mayor with council confirmation.
Okay. I guess the fact that we can go back and expand eventually if we need to, I'm okay with going forward tonight. And that's all I have, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Taylor?
Yeah, we'll have a second round here, Mrs. Zerko.
Okay, first of all, about an hour and a half ago, I said I was in favor of this. I haven't changed my mind, just to let you know. Okay, right now, we have an agreement with a developer. If we set this district in place and they decide that now they're not building, the district still stays in place, correct? We're not doing this for just this developer. It would be for anything that was, any developer that came in, because it could go to local developers if Lionheart doesn't want to do this.
Correct.
Okay, that's the first thing.
That's correct.
Okay, then, through the chair to Mrs. Varney. When we talk about this bonding, okay, and how we're going to capture the money, will the residents see a line item on their tax bill that says their taxes are paying for the infrastructure at Lakeside Mall? Through the chair to Mrs. Varney.
The answer is no, but you can.
No, there's no additional.
That's exactly what I want her to say, though, because I don't want people to think, I don't want the residents to think that they're paying for this infrastructure because they're not. It's actually the money that's captured within that district that will be paying for it, and it's not costing the residents anything.
That is correct.
All right, that, I think, is important for the residents to know when we talk about taxes. And I think I'm good with everything else, but I'm still in favor of this, haven't changed my mind. I think we should move forward with this, knowing that it can be adjusted in the future if the opportunity presents itself. Nothing further.
Okay, anyone else have a brief follow-up? Mrs. Costa.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I have not been happy with the boundaries as presented tonight. Please correct me, Ms. Varney, when I say that I understand that the inside circle is enough to handle the bonds. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. The analysis of the bonds only included the original out-of-the-box parcels.
Then I would like to keep it as the inside circle. If at a later date, we see the need to add additional properties, we can do that at any time according to Mr. Bonner. So I would like to keep it just the circle at this time. Thank you.
Mr. Vanderpool, do you mind explaining, from your perspective, why the boundaries are set the way they are, and if they were expanded or contracted? Well, let's start with contracted, because that seems to be the direction that a couple council members are going. What would be lost out? What would be the harm in that, Mr. Vanderpool?
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, if we left just Lakeside Mall, I mean, that certainly is an option for the council. But the reason the district has been expounded or expanded, in addition to all the reasons that have already been talked about, is there are some significant properties that are in a state of deterioration and decline. For example, Abuelo's Restaurant. You know, that's been vacant for many years now. Azteca Restaurant. When you look at the corner of M59 and Shaner, while DSW, you know, is doing very well, and Hobby Lobby's doing well, that site is not being maximized to its highest and best use. When you look at some of the uses right along M59 in that center, a lot of vacancies now. In addition, the corner at Canal and Shaner, the northeast corner, a very tired-looking corner. We've had many issues there over the years. It clearly needs to be redeveloped. When you look at the area that used to be, it's not Shake Shack, near Kohl's, it was a Steak and Shake, thank you. That has been vacant. That whole area in there is very tired looking, in a state of decline, and is going to continue without some intervention from the city, like tools available through TIF. So we're missing a significant opportunity by contracting the proposed district to just Lakeside alone. So there was some method to the madness in creating this larger district. And I'll give you another example. Henry Ford, we've had a lot of discussions with Henry Ford. Henry Ford's site, they plan on doing something with that site. That's a big site they have there, big site. There's great opportunity there to work with Henry Ford and to come up with a really bold and interesting plan for the site that they have. If we can track that, it's going to limit the tools and resources that we have. And I could go on with the lists of properties. You're all familiar with that Shaner area. It needs some attention from Canal up, and with the boundaries we mentioned, especially going to the west, this is a valuable tool. And I think if we're just limiting it to the lakeside at this given moment, it's going to cause us some, it's going to set us back some. So, you know, to really advance the area, this proposal, we believe, from our professional vantage point, is the right district. We've spent a lot of time, we've had consultants, we've had our planners, we've had our city attorney, our economic development advisor. A lot of people have spent a lot of time looking at these properties saying, you know, where are some of these headed? Many are headed in a state of decline. So we can certainly forego it, contract it. We're recommending against that. We think it would be short-sighted. And we think now's the opportunity to include this little bigger district. And perhaps, as Mr. Costello alluded to, in the future, when some of the other properties come to us with some plans, something that we can make a strong business case for, we have the luxury of expanding it from what's proposed. So I would just conclude by respectfully requesting that the mayor and council approve the district as proposed, and let's move forward. And it's really important we keep the Lakeside project on schedule. There's a lot of hurdles we're clearing. We're making steady progress every week with Lakeside. We want to do all that we can to keep that project on schedule. If we contract it this evening, we'll have to go back to the drawing board. It'll be a good four-month delay in the project.
Mr. Mayor,
Oh,
I'm sorry.
is it yours?
Somebody still had the floor? I apologize.
I think Mrs. Koski
No,
still has the floor.
Mayor
Mrs.
has the
Koski,
floor.
I think, was done. I was just asking Mr. Vanderpool to answer that quick question.
But
apologize.
Mrs. Koski still has the floor.
She does, if you have anything else, but I thought she was done.
I apologize, yeah.
My comment that I was going to make is I understand that we have some distressed properties, and the purpose of adding them into this boundary was so that we could make repairs, okay? How long before we would have enough money to make any improvements there? I was told, well, maybe 100,000, I think it was, that first year is what that excess would be. Those properties, it seems to me like they're going to need a lot more. What makes more sense to me is if the city is set on making improvements to those districts, maybe we should set up a fund where we can lend money to property owners, business owners, to make improvements, a little bit of encouragement, a little bit of incentive on the city side, interest-free loans. Make your improvements. Improve your frontage. We wouldn't have any control over what improvements they would be allowed to make. We would control what improvements they would need to make and improve the district. But we do it, not waiting 6 years before there's enough money in that fund to let them make the improvements through a CIA. That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Vanderpool, any response to that?
Mayor, all I could add is, Councilwoman Koski, is that the ideas you just mentioned are readily available through a CIA district. You can provide low-interest loans. You can do very unique economic development incentives that we normally couldn't do without the CIA. So that's the real benefit of this. We can, as we talked about earlier, we could develop even much sooner than 6 years. Much like we did on North Van Dyke, you may recall, we could develop a facade assistance program for some of the properties that are looking really tired and need some help, as you suggested, to improve their facade. So we can do that, those sorts of programs, within the next few years, and this would be a viable tool to make that happen.
Will we have that ability out of our general fund to just loan money to private businesses to improve?
We don't, Mayor, I don't think we have that legal ability. City attorney shaking his head, no, we couldn't.
Sure, we're not a bank. Okay, Mr. Yanez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to the city manager, go back over that again, because I was going to ask you, what tools do we have available to us as an authority versus not?
Well, Councilman Yanez, as I mentioned, using the North Van Dyke CIA, because, that's proven and tested in Sterling Heights. We've had that in place for a long time now. We can help underwrite property acquisition if we ever had to help facilitate a redevelopment. Again, we would need the CIA to do that or a TIF to do that. We could develop the facade assistance program that I mentioned. We could do some things to beautify the area, which is important when an area is in a state of decline. These are all things that would be very difficult, if not improper or illegal, to do with our general fund revenue. So the CIA is an economic development tool, tax increment financing, that's used widely across the state and country for these types of projects, especially in areas that, need economic development attention. Now, some of the areas up there are very robust. Some of the adjacent property at M59 where, First Watch and so on, a Total Wine. You know, I'm not talking about those properties, but you all know the properties that need attention, and this will be helpful.
And if, and now we're just speculating, but if the brownfield law is changed, is that only focused on the lakeside property itself because it's a mall?
Yes, Councilman Yanez, as I understand it, it would only affect a given parcel of property, and it has to be over a certain value threshold. For example, Luke can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's $70 million valuation in terms of an investment. These other properties, individual properties we're talking about, are not going to hit that threshold. The only property that would be lakeside proper.
Okay. Do we know, can somebody tell me the owner of the building at 15 and Shaner, the strip mall where the Jets Pizza is, did he get any assistance from the city, or that person, whoever owns it, get any assistance from the city to do the facade on that building?
No, he did not, and that's a point that's not part of a corridor improvement authority area. Typically, TIF districts, as you may recall, are established in areas that collectively need attention. North Van Dyke, a Lakeside Mall area, and a few other exceptions where we've been able to do individual properties like BAE, that was done through a brownfield, as Mr. Bonner mentioned earlier, and also the Amazon site that was done through an individual brownfield. So the CIAs address a broader area.
Yeah, I just think it's commendable that a business owner would take the risk to invest money into his property to make it more attractive and keep people renting there. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Radke?
Just very briefly, I am tremendously conflicted here because I support all of the aims of the CIA. I just believe it's the wrong vehicle. So I'll be voting no. If it came back as a DDA, I would vote yes. That's literally where I stand. It's very frustrating because I don't know how this vote's going to go, but I think that's the best thing for the city. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Mrs. Schmidt, anything?
Nothing.
Mrs. Sarowski, anything?
No.
Okay. All right. Mr. Bonner, Mr. Vanderpool, whoever wants to answer. If this vote fails tonight, I'm certainly not sure where we go next. I suppose we would pick up a couple votes if we constricted the district in. So what are the risks to this project and to the relationship we have with Lionheart and all that? What are the risks if this vote goes down tonight? What are the next steps? To whoever wants to answer.
Well, Mayor, I'll take a stab at it. Of course, it's not going to blow up I don't believe, the Lakeside project if it's.
No, I'm sorry to cut you off. Let me say it this way. If the vote goes down tonight and the direction that we look back at the tape is that we need to reduce the size and scope of the district, we start this whole process over, right? We've said that several times tonight. Does that 3 to 4 month delay, what does that cost us?
Well, Mayor, I would respectfully request the city attorney to opine on constriction in terms of our legal responsibilities, because we may not have to give the public notices if we're constricting. If we're expanding, it may be a different ballgame.
Mr. Koszybski.
Thank you, Mayor. Based on my reading of the statute, I believe that given the public notice that's been given as to what the proposed boundary is and the public hearing tonight, if we move forward to the next step, which is really tonight's motion, is to bring forward the resolution of adoption, which we would be able to amend to constrict, because everybody has had notice and an opportunity to be heard on what the proposed boundary is. If we're going to limit it, I believe that we'd be able to do so on a motion, but I'd like to confirm that.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, we're running out of time, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, here, I'm just going to appeal to my colleagues. I mean, you got Mrs. Sarowski who's saying she's going to vote no because she wants it bigger. You got Mrs. Koski saying she's going to vote no because she wants it smaller. Where are we going to find some resolution here? If we vote yes and we push this forward, it comes back at the August 15th meeting. And then what happens at the August 15th meeting, Mr. Koszybski?
At the August 15th meeting, you would adopt the proposed corridor improvement authority as you see it today. I would remind council that you can always constrict or expand. It doesn't have to be one or the other. You can go either way at any time. So if there's a decision made in the future to constrict it because we don't see a need for the developments in the area, we can do so. If we need to expand it, we have the ability to do so. So I want to make sure everybody knows that you can go both ways on how that works.
If we pass it tonight and a majority of the council wants it to be just limited to the ring road, that motion can be made on August 15th? Or does that have to be made right now? Because it's not going to pass. It's not going to pass either way. There's not enough votes to do anything but kill this whole deal. That's what we're doing. So if you want to kill the deal, we kill the deal. If you want to kill the deal, we kill the deal. If Liz wants to kill the deal, she can kill the deal. None of you can get what you want, but you can all kill it. Right?
I don't think it's killing it, Michael.
Well, what direction are we going to come back with in 2 weeks? You want it expanded. She wants it reduced. Henry doesn't want it at all. And Mike wants a DDA. So which one of you is going to give?
I brought this up 3 months ago, Mike.
I know you did.
It started today.
I know you did. So that's my point, is that if we don't pass something today, one of the four of you has to give in on what you're asking for, or this never gets done. So, I mean, look, maybe Tom's right. We table it for 2 weeks and we see what we come back with. But I don't think that there's any good reason to delay.
Mayor Taylor,
Mrs. Koski.
I was under the impression that tonight did not require a vote, that this would be brought back to us in 60 days, period.
But with what?
Let us think about it. Bring us back both. Bring us back a motion that says, boundary as stated, boundary expanded, boundary reduced. Give us 3 motions.
I just asked, do we need to have that motion made tonight, or can we bring that back in 60 days? And I thought Mr. Koszybski's answer was it had to be done tonight.
No, he didn't.
I'm sorry, I was under the impression
I could
that
be wrong.
I'd like Mr.
there
Koszybski
didn't
to answer
need
the
to be a
question.
vote tonight.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Mr. Koszybski.
The answer is, I don't know the answer to that question. Unfortunately, whether or not we can expand it tonight by motion, in other words, to say we are doing it to expand it to the west and bring back that adoption resolution, I don't know if that will require any additional notice. I don't have the answer for that because I haven't seen that.
I think we can assume it does. And I think we should assume it does. And I think we're in no worse off position by waiting, because expanding it today versus expanding it in 6 months doesn't change anything for anybody. So
I misspoke, Mayor. Expansion would definitely require that. It's the contraction part that I was not aware of.
okay, the contraction, we don't know. We just don't know.
Not today.
If the motion on the floor fails, what is the next step? What happens on August 15th?
Nothing, because the motion tonight is only to bring this issue back on August 15th. This was the public hearing for the
Right.
notice of intent. We can't do anything to approve this district for 60 days, which is why we set it for August 15th, which is outside the 60 days, for you to make that determination at that time.
So, Mrs. Koski, that's my point, is that if the vote fails tonight, because a coalition of 4 people who have completely different objectives, it will not come back in 60 days. Mrs. Arco.
Okay. To be very honest with you, how many times do I really agree with you, Mike, on something? But I'm really I have to
All the time,
agree
you
with
just
you.
don't
Yeah,
tell
all the
me.
time, I just don't tell anybody. But I have to say, I have to really agree with the mayor tonight, that we have to make a decision to move forward. We know that we can adjust this district. one way or the other. My other question is, I'm not sure I'd be in favor of expanding it. So then what do you come up with when later? So it's like, knowing that if the opportunity, comes up and we can expand it, that's one thing, but just to say we're going to expand it, I think it's irresponsible. So to me, I really think that we need to take a position tonight, knowing that we can adjust those boundaries at another time. But we have to move forward. This whole thing might blow up after all these years of work. And it's for 4 different reasons.
Yeah, look, in my opinion, it's not a responsible way for us to end this deliberation. It's not. And I will say this. Mr. Yanez, you've been consistent. I think you're dead nuts wrong. I think you got it completely wrong. But that's my opinion.
Inappropriate.
That's my opinion. I think it's just, you got it wrong. And I don't, but I appreciate that you've been with this position for years now. I'm not going to ask you to change your mind because you're not going to change your mind in 60 days. Mike, you want a DDA? God bless. I don't think anybody else here is going to ever agree to that. So if you want to protest vote, you can do that. But there's never going to be a DDA. It's always going to be a CIA. You're on an island there, literally and figuratively.
I want to fix a park, Mike.
I get it. I get it. You want to fix a park. I get it. But, I mean, at the expense of $1 billion development? So
Let me ask you this,
No, let me finish.
Mayor
You
Taylor.
want a DDA.
Mary Taylor.
Hold on.
No.
You
I know.
and you want to expand or contract. That's something that we can do in the future. We can do it in 60 days. I'm asking you to vote for this tonight.
So, Mayor
and then
Taylor.
make the decision.
Let me give you your answer.
Go ahead.
So, I am going to say that I will vote in favor of this with the understanding that I'm going to be the loudest champion for expansion you will ever hear, because I think that that would be the right thing to do.
Yeah, and I told you I'd agree with that if Tom
Yeah, I know,
Project
you told me,
do it.
because you're Mr. I told you so. But I think that it's because it would be the right thing to do. And I don't want to hold up progress, and I don't want to hold up getting this done. But I am respectfully stating that I think that this is not the best product that we could have had.
Okay, and we can give that feedback.
And Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Yanez.
And I would reconsider, seeing how I already lost the bond fight, if it was just the ring road. And we expand it later if we determine that we need to expand it later. You know, what really frustrates me is that we should have really kind of workshopped this. That's what we're doing it now. We're workshopping this at their expense, their time.
Oh, we would have done it on their time anyway.
Well,
they can leave, we can't.
We got public comment yet, too. Wow.
It's next.
But, I'm not trying to hold anything up. I'm not against revitalizing Lakeside or the whole district and all that. I just, it's taxpayer dollars. We have a responsibility for taxpayer dollars. And we have an entire 36 square mile city to spend those tax dollars on fixing roads and sewer pipes and all this other stuff and capturing dollars so we can, send out flyers or create a website or what, it's just, if it was just the ring road, I would support it. And if we want to expand later, fine and dandy. Ms. Varney said that a tax capture for the first year is going to be like 100,000, 130,000. I'm sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot. Through the chair to Ms. Varney.
I think she said it would have been if we started it in 22 and it went to 23.
Well, that assumes no development. So
Yeah.
obviously, if we had developed the Abuelo site, for example, that would allow us to capture money to theoretically help with the infrastructure.
But in as much, it's not a lot of money. It's going to take time to have a large pool of money. Anyways, you're looking for a resolution on this. I would support it if it was just a ring road.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Radke.
I just wanted to respond respectfully. we are workshopping this right now, but I tried to bring some of the concerns that I had about this to the council's attention in April when I held it up. We postponed it, and we brought it back because of this very thing that we're going through right now. That I was afraid was gonna happen. So I support the CIA in theory, but I still am gonna vote no because of the DDA. It's very frustrating to me, because I think that this could be solved very easily. But if I'm on an island, I'll be on Island Park, trying to fix it. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Can we call the question, please?
Yeah, Mrs. Barr, can we have a roll call vote?
Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Mr. Yanez,
No.
Mrs. Zarko,
Yes.
Mrs. Koski,
No.
Mr. Radke,
No.
Mrs. Schmidt,
Yes.
Mrs. Sarowski.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-3. Thank you, council. We will move on to communications from citizens as it's after 9:30. So we will suspend the agenda for now and go to communications from citizens. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak on any item not on tonight's agenda? And we'll start with this patient young man here who's had a very good lesson in how representative democracy works.
We do an okay job?
Oh, you don't have to say yes.
These are comments. My name is Matthew Nesbitt. I'm 16 years old, resident of Sterling Heights, and live at 39988 Quinder Road. My comments are going to be pretty much questions. There's a little bit of forward, but there's mainly questions. The first thing is the Community Block Grant COVID Rental Assistance Program was a rental assistance program, obviously, that the residents of Sterling Heights could apply for if they met the criteria of they must have a household income below 50% of the area median income, have experience or eligible COVID-19 hardship, must also have a lease agreement and a valid government-issued identification. If a resident qualified for the program, they would be eligible for $6,000 in rent payments. I think it was 3 months, like 3 months consecutive, as a one-time assistance. This program is no longer accepting applications. So my first question is it defunct, or is it simply a temporary restriction to applications? Second question, if this program is defunct, what plans are there to create a new rental assistance program? And if it is not defunct, what plans are there for the future of this program? And last thing here, are there any plans to increase the flexibility of assistance for this or future rental assistance programs?
Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we're not going to answer your questions right now. We're going to take the rest of the communications from citizens, and then we're going to get back onto the agenda, and then once we're finished with the agenda, Mr. Vanderpool or other council members can answer you if you want to stick around. Okay? If you want, you can leave your contact information, and we can have somebody from the city get in touch with you and answer your questions directly with you.
All right.
Okay? It's up to you.
Did a great job.
But thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anyone else under communications from citizens? Mr. Ochada?
Good evening, council. My thoughts go back to the very beginning of the evening. We talked about, or we had the wonderful presentation regarding multifamily dwellings, affordable housing options, duplexes and such, these alternative living arrangements. I'm heartened to see the presentation on them here tonight, and I wanted to reiterate that the housing deficit that we have here in Sterling Heights, as has been raised many times before, is over 4,000 homes. And the proposal that was discussed earlier was in the amount of just shy of 1,000. I believe it was 900 something. It is very heartening to see progress, and I hope that we take those options very seriously and we expand them to the fullest extent that they can be available in our community. But understand that just shy of 1,000 is only a quarter of what we actually need. It is still very difficult for myself and many others, as the young man just spoke, to afford to live in the wonderful city of Sterling Heights, where I have been all my life, and want to continue to be here. So please continue to explore those and as many other options as possible to make Sterling Heights a city that doesn't just have wonderful, great, housing prices and such, where we have folks who have been able to put their home equity in and such to have their retirement, but it's also a place where new residents can afford to live here and to move here and to thrive here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Smith?
Good evening.
I like your shirt today.
Oh, no, thank you. That's my old airplane, the EC-47. Yeah.
June
Thank you very much.
D-Day.
About 40 years ago, December 15th, Kmart had a downturn in business, and essentially they laid off everybody in their headquarters in Troy. And they made the layoff on December 15th so they could get the people off the payroll and they wouldn't have to pay them Christmas pay. And it was quite a shock. At noon, they told them not to come back, and people were packing up their things in their cars, and people were going away crying. I knew some of them. But Kmart headquarters in Troy is bigger than Lakeside. It's been vacant for 40 years, and I don't see Troy dumping tons of money into Kmart headquarters to do something about it. 1964, I went to work at Fisher Body headquarters, 30001 Van Dyke, the biggest totally enclosed building in the world. Thousands of employees there. I won't throw out a number, but I drove by there today, and I remember when I worked there, I used to have to park at the back of the parking lot and walk half a mile to my workstation. And now the parking lot is vacant, and there's weeds growing up in the cracks. And Warren didn't throw tons of money into there to subsidize General Motors building and redevelop the property. I don't see why Sterling Heights is dumping tons of money in to redevelop somebody else's property. And thirdly, in a forum like this, where there's 7 voters and one person's got the chair, when there's an item of business, just bring it up and vote on it. Don't have the chairman spend an hour blackjacking the rest of the committee to vote his way. The issue was stated. It was stated and discussed. And you should just bring it up and vote on it. And I guess Sterling Heights is really blessed, and it's really great that we've got a mayor that's smarter than everybody else, that can tell everybody else how to vote. And we really don't need a city council because we've got a mayor that tells city council what to think and what to vote. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Paul. Always good to see you. Anyone else under communications from citizens? Looks like not, so we'll close that portion and we'll go back to the agenda. The next item is to introduce the final amendment to the appropriations ordinance for the 2022-2023 fiscal year. Presentation by Mrs. Varney. Any presentation tonight?
No.
Okay.
You just want to vote? No.
Yes. Yeah.
After I tell them how to vote.
Let me make it really.
With a blackjack.
Have to play. Anyone in the audience that would like to speak on this item? If not, council, we need a motion.
Mayor Taylor.
Are you
Miss-
really not going to let me?
You can if you want.
I want to see your presentation.
You want the presentation?
Oh, I thought she was.
I thought you were serious too. Like, we've already read it. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't want to force you or anything.
That's okay. Go ahead. Then.
We'll do it quick. Okay,
we
so
will.
we're here to present the final amendment. So the general fund revenue variances, there's 4 significant ones. We're up about 5.6%. The biggest is our Tier 3 property tax payment. We received $4.8 million this year, and as a reminder, we don't include that in our operating budget, and instead we use that for special one-time things to shore up major roads, capital projects, and self-insurance are the proposals this year. Investment interest was greater than expected. We're averaging about 4% on our investments versus 0.6% last year, so that's pretty good. Revenue sharing's up based on the May consensus, and fines and forfeitures are up almost back to pre-pandemic levels due to a renewed emphasis on traffic enforcement. So again, the proposed use of the Tier 3 reimbursements, $2 million transfer to major roads. We've got the Clinton River Road construction project that we don't have budgeted, so we want to reserve some money for that. As part of the ITC corridor project, we're looking at reconstruction and reimagining of Edison Court across the street. That's one of the ideas to do with the extra major road fund money, and also fence replacement along Dobry Drive. So those are just some ideas. Right now, we're just transferring the money to major roads. $2 million to capital projects. We have been seeing a lot of inflationary increases in capital projects. And the other thing is we want to start to build up a fund balance for future renovations. One example is Fire Station number 5, which we all know is going to need some probably significant work. We're working on a facilities condition assessment, so it'd be nice to put some money aside for that. And then also $1 million to self-insurance to try to get those reserves back up to what they should be. Expenditures, the increase in expenditures is primarily for all the transfers I just talked about. Most of the departments came in under budget, with the exception of the fire department saw some overtime overages, primarily due to unexpected sick and family leave aid. Other than that, all the other departments were under budget. Significant, the police about $300,000, the court about $273,000, and that's basically due to just timing and hiring. The court has had some struggles hiring part-time employees, and we've done some stuff to help them next year. Bottom line, we'll be able to add just under $1 million to general fund balance, which keeps us at about 34 million or 27%. This is the differences in the other road funds. The other funds, I won't go into detail on those. Basically projects that have been approved since the budget was amended last. I did want to point out the budget does add $100,000 to the rain barrels. We had our first rain barrel distribution that went very, very well. Shout out to Lauren Moore from our office, who did a great job organizing that event. Our first 50,000 of rain barrels were all claimed in less than a week, and we already have 900 people on a waiting list for rain barrels. So we're proposing allocating another 100,000, which will get us about another 750 rain barrels. That's actually coming from interest earnings on the ARPA fund. So that is my presentation in 4 minutes or less.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. We already asked the audience. Mrs. Zarko.
Resolved to introduce the final amendment to the appropriations ordinance for the 2022-23 fiscal year.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next item on our agenda is the consent agenda. Anyone in the audience on any items on the consent agenda? Not counsel, we need a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Mrs. Koski.
move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Support. It's been moved and supported. With no discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next item is a consideration item. This is to consider a moratorium in the city of Sterling Heights on the approval of new or reopening of a closed gasoline self-service or service station for a period of 12 months with a presentation by Dr. Jake Parcell. Dr. Parcell.
Thank you very much. No PowerPoint for these. Essentially, we're asking tonight to consider a moratorium on this land use citywide. Gasoline self-service stations are permitted as special approval land use in C1 local convenience business districts and C3 general business districts, subject to standards and regulations approved by the Planning Commission. As you've heard tonight, there's a great deal of change happening in transportation in the region and in the state and in the country. With the advent of electric vehicles, battery-powered vehicles becoming more popular. What we noticed in this evening's presentation by Ms. Richards is that we have had adopted a sustainability plan emphasizing non-motorized transportation, promoting different types of infrastructure to support these changes, and to prepare Sterling Heights for the advent of these electric vehicles. Additionally, in the next 6 to 8 months, we'll be reviewing and updating the master land use plan, which, as I've said to council a few times, I believe is the start of our planning process for updating our zoning ordinance, thus adding in requirements to plan for different types of land uses in different areas and zoning districts, and also for including different types of requirements for different types of vehicles. Traditionally, we are seeing that this is something that is happening in the Metro Detroit area and the city, but nationwide as well in terms of adopting a moratorium. The city is aware of 17 registered gas stations in the city already, and what we're proposing in these 12 months is to be able to research our zoning districts and these land uses, in addition to the data that we've been presented with electric vehicles moving forward, so that we can provide a recommendation that allows us to prepare ourselves to protect not only our residents who drive electric vehicles, in traditional gas-powered vehicles or ICE vehicles, but also to protect our business community in terms of these land uses by providing the most up-to-date and consistent standards for approval of these moving forward. So in the next 12 months, we will be continuing our research on this in line with our master land use plan, making recommendations for ordinance changes to hopefully address this land use moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Parcell. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak on this item? Mr. Smith?
Good evening. This is one of my primary reasons for attending. The other item was just a sideshow. This is absolutely anti-American and anti-capitalistic, that we have property owners that have every right to run or operate a gas station if so zoned, short of rezoning or setting aside the regulations or the standards, changing the zoning, giving subsidies. Even our previous administration would really set every rule of conduct aside to accommodate any business that wants to do business. And now here we've got a city ordinance against perfectly legitimate businesses, against business owners. This is essentially the whole definition of a government monopoly. The government says who can do business and who can't. So we've established a de facto monopoly for current gas stations and shielded them from future competition. I guess if I'll disclose this right now. I buy gas from gasoline stations, but I don't own any myself. But I guess if I did own a gas station myself, I would certainly give generous campaign contributions to those of you who vote in favor of suppressing competition. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? Not, close that. And council, we need a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Radke.
resolved to adopt a resolution instituting a moratorium in the city on the approval of a new or reopening of a closed gasoline self-service or service station for a period of 12 months to afford city administration time to research, draft, and present master plan and zoning ordinance text amendments and other pertinent regulations to govern such uses within the city.
Support.
Moved and supported. Mr. Radke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am in favor of this moratorium for several reasons. One, we are updating our master plan as we speak. And as presentation earlier showed, we're transitioning now to an energy future. I still drive a gasoline car, but if it's any guess, I watch what my neighbors are buying. It's going to transition. And it doesn't make sense right now to rely on an old zoning ordinance that needs to be updated to really define these service stations in the future. And if we're defining these service stations in the future, maybe we're talking about the type 3 that the gentleman was talking about earlier, a different kind of service station. Maybe it should be located in different districts. So I want to give the city planning department time to research this and bring it back. I haven't seen any proposals for a new gas station recently, but this is just to make sure that we're doing the right thing. So I have no problem with this.
All right, thank you, Mr. Radke. Mr. Yanez, anything?
I just support what Mr. Radke had to say. This is only for a year. We've got work to do on our master plan, and I don't think 12 months for us to get our planning ducks in a row, I guess, is asking too much. So I'm supporting it.
Okay, thank you. Mrs. Zarko.
Through the chair to Dr. Purcell. So we all agree this is for 12 months, but it does not include any of those that have already been approved, correct? Are there any in the pipeline that have been approved that are being built right now?
There are 2 that have been approved that are undergoing site plan approval currently. They've been lawfully approved through the Planning Commission special approval land use process and thus are permitted to continue on with this.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Schmidt.
Thank you. The thing I hesitate on are no reopening of closed stations. I can think of one in particular, 15 in Van Dyke. There's a closed gas station. I have a major problem with that staying empty for 12 months if there's a possibility. So can you address that?
That one is under site plan review right now. They've received a variance and planning commission approval to reopen, so they should be able to begin construction hopefully in a few months on that one.
Okay, so
regardless
that
of the moratorium.
they will be able to reopen.
Yep, they've gotten their legal approvals.
Then why are we including that verbiage in here, reopening of gas stations?
Mr. Koszybski may correct me if I'm incorrect on this one, but something that we've seen when we look at these, because they're special approval land uses, they have to go through planning commission for approval. Now, there's certain standards that run along with those in terms of the site layout, in terms of hours, in terms of how the business operates within our code of ordinances. Some of these predate where, this ordinance was in effect. So when they come in with a new owner or they reopen, we want to hold them to the standard of our ordinance as currently written. That's why we made that one go back through planning commission approval, because it was a new owner, new construction, new building. And we want to hold them to the standard of safe operating that's in our ordinance and thus, protect them and the business owner in opening their business. So reopening essentially comes down to that. We would make them, if they're not approved already, to go through special approval land use process, and this would be a catch-all to catch those land uses.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? If not, council, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Next item on our agenda is to consider nominations to the city of.
Nope, B.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's B. To consider a moratorium and overlay district and North Van Dyke Corridor District on the approval of a new or reopening of a closed car wash or drive-through through uses for a period of 12 months. Presentation again by Dr. Jake Parcell.
Yes, we have a PowerPoint slide for this one, just for a visual, if you can pull that up to the screen, please. Thank you, Mayor Taylor, members of council. So some historical background briefly on this. For the past 20 years or so, within the North Van Dyke Avenue corridor, there's been a corridor improvement authority established targeting this area for redevelopment. Over the past several years, there have been adoptions to the code and through the 2017 Master Land Use Plan, identifying what we call overlay districts. This is highlighted on the map here in some of the colored blocks here, a map I've shown you several times, nearly all my presentations actually. But this has the Lakeside Overlay District, the Van Dyke Mixed Use Districts, Traditional Mixed Use Development Node Overlay District, and the Mountain Road Innovation Support District. I'll be referring them to districts for the remainder of the presentation. But these were established in order to promote transformative and flexible development and redevelopment. This allows certain types of flexibility within our zoning code and site standards that allows for the highest and best use to be brought into these districts. And it also really encourages moving up the lot line, adding ample pedestrian amenities, different types of shared parking agreements, and all of these really kind of interesting and unique development options. Our focus here is to really maximize the buildable space that we have in key areas in the city and to promote and enrich a vibrant business community. What we've started to see since I've started and as we move forward with our master land use plan update is something we refer to as an auto-centric use coming into these districts that are designated as our master plan is a walkable mixed-use pedestrian-friendly district. This, we have fears, may inhibit neighboring businesses coming in, may create dangers for pedestrians walking through here and shared developments. If there's a use brought in here that is entirely meant to operate with a person being in a vehicle the entire time, which is why car washes and drive-throughs are brought into this moratorium. We have numerous requests on this, and most of them, quite frankly, are not redevelopment of existing buildings. It's tear down and construction of new buildings and new sites that are not meeting what our overlays show, which is something that we look at first and foremost when we evaluate a project. City administration is aware of 15 existing car washes, and only 7 of them have been properly registered, which falls in line with the point of reopening a business, as mentioned in the moratorium. And in research that planning staff did from January of 2022 through now, There's been 22 drive-throughs approved, not just brought into discussion, but approved in the city, within 82% of them, a total of 18 being within our overlay districts. In terms of redevelopment and meeting what I believe our overlay code shows and showcases for potential redevelopment in these areas, it could be potentially inhibitive, but also dangerous for bringing them in with some of the pedestrian amenities here. So for that, I'll open up for any questions, but we're requesting for these uses a similar motion as before, a 12-month moratorium that allows us to research these districts, allows for these to work with city staff to find different areas in the city where they can operate, potentially redevelop or rehabilitate existing vacant buildings, and then also make these recommendations in all of these overlay districts baked into our master plan moving forward. Right now, there's the North Van Dyke Avenue plan, sustainability plan, and their standalone plans. They're not all brought into the master land use plan as one. So in the time that this moratorium takes place, we'll have ample research to make recommendations on this moving forward, wrap our plans all together, and then begin ordinance changes through our zoning ordinance to enforce these, bringing our project evaluation to one consistent standard.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Purcell. Is there anyone in the audience? Mr. Inks?
Ask with the hand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening to you, Council, Mr. Vanderpool, Mr. Koszybski, and the rest of City Administration. I think Dr. Purcell did a great presentation. I echo a lot of the things that he said. Anybody who's watched the Planning Commission meetings knows that I've been repeatedly beating the drum about the importance of sticking to our master plan in terms of mixed use. I think sometimes to the annoyance of my colleagues on the Planning Commission that I've been so consistent in that. But I do think it's very important here in that the risk of bringing auto-centric uses that don't fit with the vision that we have for these mixed-use corridors can really set those districts back. You know, we only have really one shot of getting Lakeside right. We only have one shot of getting North Van Dyke right. So I think it's important for us to take a step back. As I talked about at the joint meeting with City Council, the ZBA, and the Planning Commission, you know, we have a broader vision for what we want to see in some of these mixed-use districts, but we haven't necessarily seen the development come in yet. And I think we need to do a little bit of tweaking to the master plan and the zoning ordinance to revisit what we want. Don't just focus on vertical mixed use, but also look at how we want to have horizontal mixed use fit into this. So taking a step back, not approving these auto-centric uses for a period of 12 months while we revisit the master plan, update that, and update our zoning ordinances, I think would be helpful. So I hope you support this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Inks. Mr. Smith?
Wow, there's a term, auto-centric uses. You know, my grandfather worked right for Henry Ford, and my father was with General Motors, and so was I. We got Chrysler and Ford plants here, GM workers that automobile made this area. Now, it's like auto-centric, like it's a sex crime. Unbelievable. You know, there's a very popular guy that comes to these meetings frequently, and I don't need to say his name, but he's a developer that fronts for other developers. He's a lobbyist, and he said many times, you can't do business without a drive-through. A drive-through is how we do business, and you got to change the zoning and give me a variance so I can have more drive-throughs. And invariably, he gets his drive-through. That this council over the last 10 years, they must have approved 200 variances to put drive-throughs in where they don't belong, and now drive-throughs are a crime. Wow, how things have changed. Well, I used to wash my own car in the driveway, and I go to car washes. I don't own any car washes. I have no interest in the A1A car wash or any other car wash. But businesses come in here and say, well, there's too many liquor stores, there's too many this, too many that. Well, that's the American free enterprise. You got a right to try. Maybe there is too many car washes and some of them are going to fail. But you can say that about coffee shops or any other business. It's the American free enterprise. You got the right to try. I used to wash my own car in the driveway and get a little exercise and cool off. And basically, I realized with the current Sterling Heights water prices, it costs me $11 to wash my own car, and I can go down to Van Dyke Auto and get it washed for $6 and tip the wipers $2, and somebody that needs the money can make a few bucks on the deal. I don't get it. This is as anti-American, anti-capitalist as can be. I don't know where Dr. Jake got his doctorate degree, but it seems like he must have took a correspondence course to the Lumumba University in Moscow. This is so anti-American, anti-capitalist, it's unbelievable. I guess when we're going to start killing the landlords and handing out their property, because if we do, there's some landlords that got a lot of property that could be redistributed and run the whole place just like North Vietnam. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul, and thank you for the proper introduction to Dr. Parcell.
Yes. You've been Chrissy.
Yes, initiation.
Anyone else? Mr. Orjada. What was it? Was it that university? Mr. Van- We'll check his CV later.
I think this is a great idea. I don't want any more car washes around. They just built one outside my neighborhood. Fine with that one. We've got plenty on Van Dyke. I think we've got plenty near a lot of our local neighborhoods. And the important quality in capitalism in American society is quality regulation to make sure that the city is able to continue to thrive. If we let it run rampant, we don't, institute safe, sensible controls and regulation like this, we run into other problems that we just don't predict. And so, I encourage you, please pass this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Not, council, we need a motion.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Radke.
Resolved to adopt a resolution instituting a moratorium in the overlay districts in the North Van Dyke Corridor District on the approval of a new or reopening of a closed car wash or drive-through use for a period of 12 months to afford city administration time to research, draft, and present master plan and zoning ordinance text amendments and other pertinent regulations to govern such uses.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Is there any discussion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Radke.
I always love when Paul comes to see us. Under Paul Smith's view of the city, I guess, next to your house could be a junkyard, and then next to the junkyard could be a landfill. And that's just the economy working the way it works, and it's the highest and best use. And I guarantee you GFL would be happy to use that. Junkyards are profitable. Car dealerships are profitable. But we have smart zoning regulations to prevent those types of interferences with people. So all of this talk about anti-American, whatever, a well-regulated city is what the residents ask for. They come to our meetings and protest buildings because they want regulation. They're not saying, let them build it anywhere. Because under Paul Smith's view, they could build that building on M59 that he came here and protested against repeatedly. So he talks out of both sides of his mouth. It's always fun when he comes because he's just against everything. But to this, I am fully in support of banning car washes and drive-throughs in the overlay districts because they harm pedestrians. They make it dangerous. They ruin development patterns that we're trying to establish there because if you have to dodge cars, you're not going to get out of your car to walk around. Also, I grew up at 14.5 in Van Dyke. I think we're creating a car wash district. It's almost like that joke from The Simpsons, like the hammock district. There are at least 5 car washes within a stone's throw of that intersection. It makes no sense. So I think that we should give the planning commission and the planners and the master plan people time to really figure out how our nodes and our overlay districts and our North Van Dyke district and our new enlarged Lakeside district are supposed to function. Because for years I've sat up here and we have approved some car washes and we have approved a coffee shop that I really hate that damage our overlay districts.
Don't knock my coffee shop.
And then at the end of the day, in our code of ordinances, it says that a drive-through cannot be co-located with another drive-through. There has to be some separation. And yet we've created whole areas where it's drive-through, 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 drive-through. It kind of belies what we've been trying to do. We need to update our zoning ordinance altogether, but especially as it regards to drive-through uses. Because right now, what we're doing makes absolutely no sense. So I am highly supportive of this. I want to improve and strengthen our overlay districts and give them an opportunity to thrive. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
Mayor Taylor.
Mrs. Sarowski.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. Through the chair to Dr. Parcells. So I do have a couple of questions regarding specifically the Van Dyke, North Van Dyke Corridor District, because my favorite car wash and one that I belong to and pay monthly is in the North Van Dyke Corridor District Blast. So, it is a current car wash. It is just north, it's actually directly across from, my favorite road that I can't think of right now. North River, it's not North, I'm sorry, yeah, Riverland, thank you. I was gonna say North River Road, and that's by the base. Riverland Road, and what is the plan for something like that? Are we gonna just let it stay? Are we gonna encourage them to relocate? Dr. Parcells?
Yeah, unaffected by the moratorium.
Okay.
And furthermore, existing land uses are, just that, existing within, the overlay or within the newly adopted master plan. Something that we may want to do in the future is, bring landowners together to discuss things such as cross-access parking easements, things like that, that will potentially make it safer for pedestrians, but a lot of that is data points that we need to find and discussions that we still need to have. So there's options, but the use itself is entirely protected.
Okay, and just to be clear, this isn't about a moratorium throughout the city on all car washes. This is just specifically for the overlay districts. And overlay districts, I know what they are, but can you explain to the residents what's an overlay district?
Yes, so this is, you are correct, only in the overlay districts. As determined, and I closed it, I'm sorry, but if you'll pull it back up on the screen, within our planning framework of our existing master land use plan, overlay districts in these nodes are identified areas that allow for and encourage different types of redevelopment and new development. Within our code of ordinances, we have special flexible options within our zoning ordinance, which is the first thing from a use and a site design standard that the planning staff evaluates when we look at these projects. So up and down, the green one in the middle here is the Van Dyke mixed use corridor that promotes cross-access and parking, promotes encouragement of pedestrian pathways, making it safe for people who walk to different uses within these uses or from bus stops up there, safer for them to go up and down the road. Within the mixed-use districts, it's, smart and efficient land use of, within the redevelopment areas here. So it's codified in our ordinances, which is the first thing that we review in our zoning ordinance, and it's also identified in our master planning framework. The NVDA came in after. There is discussion and process going on to create a zoning overlay for that, that will bring it into alignment with the master plan there. And then hopefully with our rewrite coming forward, we'll wrap all of this together into one cohesive planning package.
Okay, very good. So again, just to reiterate, residents, this is not a moratorium on, throughout the city against car washes. This is just specifically in they're very often within, the overlay districts are very often within the, intersections. So it's not throughout the city. We're not eliminating free enterprise. It's just specifically in certain areas that we're preventing them from being, for 1 year, a new business being started. So thank you very much, Dr. Parcells. That's all I have.
Council, anyone else? Mrs. Arco.
Through the chair to Dr. Purcell. Are there any closed car washes or drive-throughs in that district right now? And could they reopen as something else other than a car wash or a drive-through?
Yeah, hypothetically. We encourage applicants to come in and sit with us before, creating their proposals to start their planning process. So we can evaluate their use, and if it's something that doesn't line up potentially with the use or the site that may make it infeasible or expensive for redevelopment, then we can find other areas that zoning allows by right in the city to move a land use or a development.
Do you know if there's any of the, any closed car washes or drive-throughs right now in that area?
I see head shakes, yes. I don't off the top of my head at the location.
There's the old NBD Bank at 15 Mile and Dodge Park that's a drive-through use.
Oh, so that's in, exactly, so that's in
Yep,
one of the,
that's-
I'm looking at the North Van Dyke corridor.
Yeah, the
Because that's-
purple nodes count as part of
Yes.
this.
Yep.
All right. Okay, nothing further.
Council, anyone else? No further discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, now we will move on to boards and commissions, and this should be fun. All right, we'll start with those nominations. Is there anyone who'd like to speak on any of the nominations? If not, council, we have the Police and Fire Pension Board, Randall Schwarb is seeking reappointment. Is there anyone who'd like to make that motion?
You're skipping over the planning commission?
For right now, we'll take that second, but is there anyone that would like to make that nomination
For the pension board?
for the Police and Fire Pension Board?
Gotta jump around, don't you?
I will. Resolve to nominate Randall Schwarb for consideration as an appointee to the Police and Fire Pension Board at the June 20th, 2023 regular city council meeting.
Support. It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
He's already on there, so.
And it's just a nomination, so he'll be back in 2 weeks. So with no further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. We have one open position on the Planning Commission. This is a mayoral appointment. I asked for a postponement last time. I'm going to ask for one more. I have a candidate. I need to schedule a meeting with the candidate, and I commit to doing that within the next week. And so the candidate already has a application on file, so I would ask that this nomination be postponed to the June 20th, 2023 City Council meeting.
So moved.
Support.
Been moved and supported with no discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. That completes that portion. We'll now move on to positions, consideration of appointments to City of Sterling Heights boards and commissions. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak on this item? If not, council, we have a number of appointments here. We'll start with the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission, there are 2 appointments. These are mayoral appointments to terms ending June 30th, 2026. I would ask that the council member make the appointment of Nathan Inks and Ed Kopp.
So moved?
Support.
Is that good enough, Mr. Koszybski?
Yes.
That's the way you said
Been
it.
moved and supported with any discussion? No discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Usually we just like say, resolve to appoint to a term ending.
Well, usually, but you already said it.
But I
already said
appreciate
it.
it.
Yeah, keep going the way you're doing it.
We I got off
Jumped
track a
right
little
in
bit
there.
All right, next is the Board of Ordinance Appeals 1 alternate. This is a council appointment to a term ending June 30th, 2026. Benjamin Ancona is nominated. Is there anyone who'd like to make a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Radke.
resolve to appoint Benjamin Ancona to the Board of Ordinance Appeals 1 alternate to a term ending June 30th, 2026, subject to the appointee meeting the qualifications set forth in Charter subsection 4.03 and taking the oath of office within 2 weeks.
It's been moved and supported. Is there any discussion?
Just briefly, he's already on the Board of Ordinance Appeals too. He'll make a great alternate.
Council? With no further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Next is the Board of Ordinance Appeals 2. These are 3 members seeking reappointment to terms ending June 30th, 2026. Is there anyone who'd like to make a motion here?
Mayor Taylor,
Mrs. Schmidt.
resolve to appoint Michael Bargowski, Joseph Bedford, and Roman Stojolowski to the Board of Ordinance Appeals 2 to a term ending June 30th, 2026, subject to the appointees meeting the qualifications set forth in Charter 4.03 and taking the oath of office within 2 weeks.
Support.
Sorry, I'm old school, sorry.
That's okay, I agree. Probably do that anyway. We should do that anyway. Mrs. Schmidt, any discussion?
No.
Council, any further discussion? No discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries. Next up is the Board of Review. There are 2 members, John Fenn and Raymond Nadolski, who have been nominated seeking reappointment. The City Council has the power here to terms ending June 30th, 2026. Is there a motion?
Mayor Taylor,
Mrs. Sarowski.
resolve to appoint John Fenn and Raymond Nadolski to the Board of Review to a term ending June 30th, 2026, subject to the appointees meeting the qualifications set forth in Charter subset 4.03 and taking the oath of office within 2 weeks.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
No, Mayor?
With no discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next is the Zoning Board of Appeals alternate positions. 2 appointments. These are City Council appointments, Benjamin Ancona and Jafar Chahab, to June 30th, 2026 term ends. Is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Radke.
resolve to appoint Benjamin Ancona and Jafar Shahab to the Zoning Board of Appeals alternate members to a term ending June 30th, 2026, subject to the appointees meeting the qualifications set forth in Charter subsection 4.03 and taking the oath of office within 2 weeks.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Is there any discussion? No discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the Zoning Board of Appeals. 2 appointments to make. These are city council appointments, both the terms ending June 30th, 2026, but we'll take these separately. Who would like to make a motion regarding Aisha Faruqi?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Radke.
resolve to appoint Aisha Faruqi to the Zoning Board of Appeals to a term ending June 30th, 2026, with the appointee meeting the qualifications set forth in Charter subsection 4.03, taking the oath of office within 2 weeks.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next up is Devin Koski. Is there anyone who'd like to make a motion here?
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Zarko.
You want?
No, it's all.
Okay. Resolve that it is in the city's best interest to appoint Devin Koski to the Zoning Board of Appeals to a term ending June 30th, 2026, subject to the appointee meeting the qualifications set forth in Charter 4.03 and taking the oath of office within 2 weeks.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Is there any discussion?
I think goes without saying that Devin is Mrs. Koski's son. However, if anybody's watched any of the zoning board meetings, he's doing a great job. He has good questions. And I think it's important to realize that although this doesn't happen very often, that our families live city business like we do. And as long as Mrs. Koski doesn't influence her son, and you know what it's like to influence your kids sometimes, so it doesn't matter, I don't see a problem with this appointment at all. So I think it is in our best interest to keep him where he's at. Nothing further.
Okay, council, anyone else? Mr. Radke.
Just very briefly, I like Devin a lot. I do not think it's in the city's best interest that he be on this board. I'll be voting no. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, council, anyone else? All right, can we please have a roll call vote?
Mr. Yanez?
Yes.
Mrs. Iarko?
Yes.
Mrs. Koski?
Yes.
Mr. Radke?
No.
Mrs. Schmidt?
Yes.
Mrs. Sarowski?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes. Our motion carries 6-1. We'll move on to the Civil Service Commission, Act 78. This is a mayoral appointment to a term ending June 30th, 2029. Terry Jarima is requesting reappointment, and I would like that somebody would make this motion.
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Schmidt.
Resolve to appoint Terry Jarima to the Civil Service Commission, Act 78, to a term ending June 30th, 2029, subject to the appointee meeting the qualifications set forth in Charter 4.03 and taking the oath of office within 2 weeks.
Support. It's been moved and supported. Is there any discussion? No. No discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Schmidt. Next is the Corridor Improvement Authority. This is a mayoral appointment to a term ending June 30th, 2027. Thomas Kavalich is requesting reappointment, and I would ask that somebody from council make that motion.
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Sarowski.
Resolve to appoint Thomas Kavalich to the Corridor Improvement Authority to a term ending June 30th, 2027, subject to the appointee meeting the qualifications set forth in Charter subset 4.03 and taking the oath of office within 2 weeks.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Any discussion?
No.
With no discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mrs. Sarowski. Next is the Economic Development Corporation Brownfield Authority. This is a mayoral appointment to a term ending June 30th, 2029. Philip Hunsberger is seeking reappointment, and I would request that the council make that nomination, or make that appointment.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Radke.
resolved on the advice of the mayor to appoint Philip Hunsberger to the Economic Development Corporation Brownfield Development Authority to a term ending June 30th, 2029, so to the appointee meeting the qualifications set forth in Charter subsection 4.03 and taking the oath of office within 2 weeks.
Support. It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the Elected Officials Compensation Commission. There are 4 open seats, 1 individual seeking reappointment. There are a number of different term ending dates here. I'd like to postpone all 5 of them. Mr. Koszybski, can it be done? I would entertain a motion to postpone all 5 of these to the next council meeting after 90 days.
Next council meeting after 90 days. It is possible to move it, however, we have to make sure that the elected official compensation commission does meet this year.
Why?
Under the current ordinance, they're required to meet every 2 years.
Not if I don't appoint anybody, how could they meet?
It'd be a violation of the law, Mike.
Very sassy.
Would I be in violation of the law? The elected officials compensation commission would be in violation of the law, not me.
Would not have a quorum if there's not an appointment.
We won't get paid.
All right, let's adjourn it 2 weeks. Okay, can we adjourn it 2 weeks and then you can look into that issue?
Yes.
Okay. I would entertain a motion to postpone the elected officials compensation commission appointments to the June 20th, 2023 city council.
So moved.
Support.
Moved and supported with no discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, council. Thank you, Mr. Kaschubski. Next is the Ethnic Community Committee. This is there are 3 appointments to be made. These are mayoral appointments, all 3 to terms ending June 30th, 2026. Mohammed Alamari, Dunia Arif, and William D. Chavez are all seeking reappointment, and I would like that they all be reappointed. Council, is there anyone who'd make that motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Radke.
resolve to appoint Mohammed Al-Omari, Dunya Arif, and Willie DeChavez to the Ethnic Community Committee to a term ending June 30th, 2026, subject to the appointees meeting the qualifications set forth in Charter subsection 4.03, taking the oath of office within 2 weeks.
Support. It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Radke. Next is the Local Development Finance Authority. There are 2 members seeking reappointment, Laurel Johnson and Jeannie Shabath Lewis. These are mayoral appointments to terms ending June 30th, 2027. Council, is there anyone that will make that appointment?
Mayor Taylor,
Mrs. Schmidt.
resolve to appoint Laurel Johnson and Jeannie Shabath Lewis to the Local Development Finance Authority to a term ending June 30th, 2027, subject to the appointees meeting the qualifications set forth in Charter 4.03 and taking the oath of office within 2 weeks.
Support. It's been moved and supported. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, council. Thank you, Ms. Schmidt, and thank you for your consideration of those mayoral appointments. We'll move on to council appointments now. The first is the Arts Commission, which we had a wonderful event and ceremony with the Arts Commission tonight. Thank them for their service, including Ronald Bindle, who spoke tonight at the unveiling of a mural over at the community center. And if you're still watching, get over to the community center, not right now, of course, unless it's on delay, and take a look at that mural. It's really, really impressive. That topic, back to the topic at hand. Council, is there anyone who'd like to make an appointment? It looks like we have 2 members of the Arts Commission who are going for terms ending June 30th, 2027, and then a partial term. So we'll take these 2 in 1.
Mayor Taylor,
Mrs. Sarowski.
resolve to appoint Ron Brindle and Christina Richardson to the Arts Commission to a term ending June 30th, 2027, subject to the appointees meeting the qualifications set forth in Charter subset 4.03 and taking the oath of office within 2 weeks.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Any discussion?
Nope.
With no discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next is the Open Arts Commission position, partial term ending June 30th, 2025. Council, is there anyone who has a nominate or an appointment to be made on that one?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Radke.
resolve to appoint Susan Roden to the Arts Commission to a term ending June 30th, 2025, through the appointee meeting the qualifications set forth in Charter subsection 4.03, taking the oath of office within 2 weeks.
Support. It's been moved and supported. Any discussion, Mr. Radke?
She comes highly recommended by the liaison to the Arts Commission. She was a retired high school teacher, and she'll do a great job.
Okay. Council, any other discussion? No discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next is the Beautification Commission. There are 3 members seeking reappointment, and there's 1 open position. Council appointment, terms ending June 30th, 2026. We can take these all at once, or we can split it up 3 and 1. Council, anyone want the floor?
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs.
I'm
Zarko.
going to go for the 3 and 1. Resolve to appoint Henrietta Barzinski, Cheryl Burns, Matthew Smith to the Beautification Commission to a term ending June 30th, 2026, subject to the appointee meeting the qualifications set forth in Charter 4.03 and taking the oath of office within 2 weeks.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next is the open seat on the Beautification Commission. Council, anybody have a nomination or an appointment, I should say?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Radke.
gotta find my place, I apologize. Resolve to appoint Ariel Duecki to the Beautification Commission to a term ending June 30th, 2026. Select the appointee meeting the qualifications set forth in Charter subsection 4.03, taking the oath of office within 2 weeks.
Support. It's been moved and supported. Is there any discussion?
Very briefly, she works at Planterra and knows a lot of the species and perennials in Michigan. I think she'll be a great addition to the Beautification Commission.
Very good. Council, anyone else? With no further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next is the Board of Code Appeals. Terry Measles is requesting reappointment. This is a council appointment to a term ending June 30th, 2028. Council?
Mayor Taylor.
Mrs. Sarowski.
Resolve to appoint Terry Measles to the Board of Code Appeals to a term ending June 30th, 2028, subject to the appointee meeting the qualifications set forth in Charter subset 4.03 and taking the oath of office within 2 weeks.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Is there any discussion?
No, sir.
With no discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next up is the Citizens Advisory Committee, CDBG. Council, this is a 7-member board. All 7 members are up for reappointment, I believe, right? Did I count that right? Okay. It's getting a little late. Is there anyone who'd like to make one or multiple motions here?
Mayor Taylor,
Mrs. Schmidt.
I'd like to appoint all 7 at the same time if, without an objection. Resolve to appoint Janet Bartello, Cosetta Elshelheni, Juliana Hardiman, Benjamin Orjada, Grace Pedri, Jeannie Shabath Lewis, and Sean Taylor to the Citizens Advisory Committee, CDBG, to a term ending June 30th, 2024, subject to the appointee meeting the qualifications set forth in Charter 4.03 and taking the oath of office within 2 weeks.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Is there any discussion? No discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations, Mr. Orjada and Mr. Inks from earlier in the night. Next up is the Community Alliance. 3 spots here. June 30th, 2026 is the term ending date for all 3 of them. 2 are members seeking reappointment and 1 is an open position. Is there anyone who'd like to make 1 or 2 motions here?
Mayor Taylor.
Possibly 3.
Mayor Taylor.
Mrs. Sarowski.
I'll take the 2. Resolve to appoint Stacy Bahri and Cindy Bjornson to the Community Alliance to a term ending June 30th, 2026, subject to the appointees meeting the qualifications set forth in Charter subset 4.03 and taking the oath of office within 2 weeks.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Is there any discussion?
No, sir.
No discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next is the open seat on the Community Alliance. Mr. Radke.
Resolve to appoint Connie Majewski to the Community Alliance to a term ending June 30th, 2026. So the appointee meeting the qualifications set forth in Charter subsection 4.03, taking the oath of office within 2 weeks.
Support. It's been moved and supported. Any discussion?
Briefly, Mr. Mayor, I know Connie personally. She lives in my father's neighborhood. Her and her husband is the chair of the Oakland County Boys Home. He's a former orphan who was raised in the Oakland County Boys Home, so he donates to that. They both regularly attend Community Alliance events and Drug-Free Coalition events. So I've gotten to know them both very well. They are very volunteer-heavy, and I think they'll make a great addition. She'd make a great addition to the Community Alliance.
Okay, council, any other discussion? No discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next is the Election Commission. This is a board with 2 members seeking reappointment. Council has the power of appointment to terms ending June 30th, 2025. Council.
Mayor Taylor.
Mrs. Sarowski.
Resolve to appoint Teresa Leslie Robinson and Joseph Neiman to the Election Commission to terms ending June 30th, 2025, subject to the appointees meeting the qualifications set forth in Charter subset 4.03 and taking the oath of office within 2 weeks.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Is there any discussion? No discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next is the Historical Commission. Cynthia Appleton is seeking reappointment. Council?
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Zarko.
Resolve to appoint Cynthia Appleton to the Historical Commission to a term ending June 30th, 2026, subject to the appointee meeting the qualifications set forth in Charter 4.03 and taking the oath of office within 2 weeks.
Support. Been moved and supported. Is there any discussion? With no discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next is the Library Board of Trustees. 2 appointments to be made to council, by City Council to terms ending June 30th, 2026. Council.
Mayor Taylor.
Mrs. Sarowski.
Resolved to appoint Christopher Freza and Wendy Popko to the Library Board of Trustees to terms ending June 30th, 2026, subject to the appointees meeting the qualifications set forth in Charter subset 4.03 and taking the oath of office within 2 weeks.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Is there any discussion?
No, sir.
With no discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next is the Solid Waste Management Commission. 1 appointment to be made, council, to a term ending June 30, 2026.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Radke.
resolve to appoint Christine Kezick to the Solid Waste Management Commission to a term ending June 30th, 2026. So it's the appointee meeting the qualifications set forth in Charter subsection 4.03 and taking the oath of office within 2 weeks.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Next is the Sustainability Commission. 2 members are seeking reappointment to terms ending June 30, 2026. Council?
Mayor Taylor.
Mrs. Sarowski.
Resolved to appoint Mark Graff and Jonathan Matthews to the Sustainability Commission to a term ending June 30th, 2026, subject to the appointees meeting the qualifications set forth in Charter subset 4.03 and taking the oath of office within 2 weeks.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Mayor, briefly.
Mr. Radke.
I just wanted to thank these 2 members. They've worked hard with our chair here in the audience tonight of the Sustainability Commission to really put forward a plan, and I appreciate them willing to re-up their time and continue to work on it.
Thank you, Mr. Radke. I appreciate that. And, council, any other discussion? With no further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next is the Youth Advisory Board. It looks like we have a number of openings. There are 2 members who are seeking reappointment. Council?
Mayor Taylor.
Mrs. Sarowski.
Resolved to appoint Michael Binkowski and Peter Chu to the Youth Advisory Board to terms ending June 30th, 2024, subject to the appointees meeting the qualifications set forth in Charter subset 4.03 and taking the oath of office within 2 weeks.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Is there any discussion? No discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. That leaves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 spots open. Are there any nominations, council? I'm sorry, I keep saying nominations. Are there any appointments?
If there's not, can we table this until they might come forward?
The suggested action is to postpone it
Yes.
to
Yeah.
September 5th.
Let's postpone it.
Okay.
They're allowed to postpone it to September. Okay, I would entertain a motion to postpone
Mayor Taylor.
that one. Mrs. Sarowski.
Resolved to postpone appointments to the Youth Advisory Board to fill the 11 vacancies to the September 5th, 2023 regular city council meeting.
Support.
Been moved and supported. No discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. And of course, that is done to get those kids back in school. And so hopefully by the time they get back in school, their teachers and administrators can encourage them to apply, and you can make appointments then. All right. I believe that is all for the agenda, and we will move on to reports from city administration. Mr. Vanderpool, anything for tonight?
Nothing further, Mayor.
Council, any report? Oh, I'm sorry, we do have the 2 items, correct, Mr. Koszybski? 2 items?
Unfortunately, that is correct.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mayor Taylor, did we do the Civil Service Commission appointment?
We did.
X 78?
Yeah.
I'm certain
Very
I said
beginning.
I'm
Yep.
certain I said Terry Jerema,
Yep, okay,
X78.
you did, got it.
We're good?
All right.
Okay, Mr. Kaschubski, 2 items for closed session tonight. Council,
Mr.
floor
Mayor.
is open. Mr. Radke.
Just very briefly, we had a young man come today and ask about rental assistance. I assume the program is on halt because we've run out of funding for it. I just wanted, through the chair, to Mr. Vanderpool, if you could answer the young man's question, even though he's not in the audience right now.
Mr. Vanderpool.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Radke, you're correct. The program funding has been depleted. There are some other options we can look at to replenish it, some outside of the CDBG program, potentially utilizing some of the unused or contingency of ARPA, but we'd have to study that a little further and report back to City Council.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderpool. Just briefly from me, I really appreciated the affordability discussion that was given today. I look forward to hopefully in the master plan seeing some space for missing middle housing. I personally like a little compact courts, little housing courts, but I went to school in Ann Arbor, so they're all over the place there. I look forward to that, and I appreciate the reports. I think they were very good, and we definitely need to keep in mind that there are thousands of people who want to live in Sterling Heights that can't right now because of cost and availability. One more thing. I briefly spoke with Mr. Vanderpool about this, but I was frankly shocked when the new census estimates came out and it has Sterling Heights losing 1,000 residents. I would like, if it's okay with Mr. Vanderpool, a resolution to be sent to, Senator Peters and Senator Stabenow, asking them to really examine the census because that makes absolutely no sense to me. We're throwing up housing everywhere we can find it, and we lost 1,000 residents in the last 2 years. I just don't see it. It doesn't make sense. I agree with Mayor Duggan. It does not make any sense at all. I guess without objection, I'd ask for that.
Well, I would say, why don't we say this? Can we just authorize the city administration to use all efforts that they believe
Sure.
available to them to question that and to ensure that we're getting a fair count? If they need money, they can come back and ask for money to do that, but
I like that, Mike.
is that good? Okay.
All I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Radke. Council, anyone else?
Mayor Taylor?
Mrs. Zarko.
Well, I was really going to pull out my diary and tell you where I've been for the last 3 weeks and all the people that I've met and the problems that we've talked about. But I think I'll save it for another day and we can go into closed session.
Good idea. We do want to hear about that soon. Council, anyone else?
No, I have to be to work at 5. Let's go.
All right, I would entertain a motion to adjourn into closed session.
So moved. Support.
Been moved and supported. Can we please have a roll call vote?
Mrs. Zarko?
Yes.
Mrs. Kosky?
Yes.
Mr. Radke?
Yes.
Mrs. Schmidt?
Yes.
Mrs. Rowski?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Mr. Yanes?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. We will adjourn into closed session. We will not be returning tonight. Thank you for participating in the meeting tonight. Wish you well.